Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Thangtong Gyalpo practice on Christmas Day 2021. It is so wonderful to be able to do this practice as advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Not so wonderful that we still have COVID in the world raging, in everywhere, even in Brisbane these days. So we continue to do this practice, keeping in mind all of those who have suffered from this pandemic, those who have died, those who are dying, those who are sick, those who have lost jobs and homes, and those who are just struggling with the restrictions. So we keep all of those beings in mind. But, Christmas Day. And while Christmas may feel different and look different this year than many previous years, we can still rejoice. We can rejoice in what we have achieved throughout the year. We can rejoice in our practices and our prayers. We can remember how we may have been able to help others in whatever way we were able to. And we can think about going forward, how we can maybe strengthen our practice, maybe practice more self-care, maybe look at other ways of helping others. And all of this is something that I think Christmas gives us a chance to do. Quite often, those of us who work get a few days off work, at least, or a couple of weeks even, and we can do some intensive practice or a small retreat, and we can reflect. We can reflect on the meaning of life. We can remember the dependent arising of all things. Christmas is a great time to remember that all of those things on our wish list are, empty from their own side. They may bring us temporary happiness, but they won't bring us a lifetime happiness. They, all of the things on our wish list were, the product of other people's hard work, the people who work in the shops and the people who made the goods, the people who, drove the goods to the markets, all of the people. If you stop to think about every single thing that Christmas means to most people, which is the wonderful food and the presents, and think about the emptiness of inherent existence of all of these things. Every single one of these things is a dependent arising. Every single one of our family members and our friends are dependent arising. We are dependent arising. And it really puts everything into focus. Everything changes. Nothing stays the same. Nothing inherently exists. And it makes Christmas, it gives you space at Christmas time. Sometimes you can feel so closed in at Christmas, so pressed for your emotional input and so pressed for your time and so pressed for your energy that it's thinking about the inherent existence of all things gives you space. Perfect clarity, just for a moment. So on that note, I'm going to read the Heart of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. I prostrate to the Arya Triple Gem. Thus did I hear at one time the Bhagawan was dwelling on massive Vulture's Mountain in Rajagriha together with a great community of monks and a great community of bodhisattvas. At that time, the Bhagawan was absorbed in the concentration on the categories of phenomena called profound perception. Also at that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara looked upon the very practice of the profound perfection of wisdom and beheld those 5 aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. Then, through the power of Buddha, the Venerable Shariputra said this to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara: how should any son of the lineage train who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom? He said that, and the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara said this to the Venerable Shariputra: Shariputra, any son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom should look upon it like this, correctly and repeatedly beholding those 5 aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. Form is empty. Emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is also not other than emptiness. In the same way, feeling, discrimination, compositional factors, and consciousness are empty. Shariputra, likewise, all phenomena are emptiness, without characteristic, unproduced, unceased, stainless, not without stain, not deficient, not fulfilled. Shariputra, therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no compositional factors, no consciousness, no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no visual form, no sound, no odor, no taste, no object of touch, and no phenomenon. There is no I element and so on up to and including no mind element, and no mental consciousness element. There is no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on, up to including no aging and death, and no extinction of aging and death. Similarly, there is no suffering, origination, cessation, and path. There is no exalted wisdom, no attainment, and also no non-attainment. Shariputra, therefore, because there is no attainment, bodhisattvas rely on and dwell in the perfection of wisdom, the mind without obscuration and without fear. Having completely passed beyond error, they reach the end point of nirvana. All the Buddhas who dwell in the 3 times also manifestly completely awaken to unsurpassable, perfect, complete enlightenment in reliance on the perfection of wisdom. Therefore, the mantra of the perfection of wisdom, the mantra of great knowledge, the unsurpassed mantra, the mantra equal to the unequaled, the mantra that thoroughly pacifies all suffering, should be known as truth, since it is not false. The mantra of the perfection of wisdom is declared. Tayita om gate gate paragate parasamgate bodhisuha. Shariputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, should train in the profound perfection of wisdom like that. Then the Bhagavan arose from that concentration and commended the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, saying, well said, son of the lineage, it is like that. It is like that. One should practice the profound perfection of wisdom, just as you have indicated. Even the Tathagatas rejoice. The Bhagavan, having thus spoken, the Venerable Shariputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, and those surrounding in their entirety, along with the world of gods, humans, asuras, and Kadavas, were overjoyed and highly praised that spoken by the Bhagavan. And now we can start the practice, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. And we start with the lovely refuge prayer, the motivation in the form of refuge, which was given to Arya Avalokiteshvara to Gapa Paljor Sherav by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. We'll recite this prayer 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we can recite the mantra of compassion, the Mani mantra. And we'll do it for 3 malas. The first mala we can recite aloud, remembering that when we recite aloud our prayers and our practices and our mantras, that the sound resonates throughout our environment and purifies the environment. And all of the beings around us, whether they can understand what we're saying or not, receive the benefit, including all of the little insects. I have a little stream outside my balcony, and I have water dragons and dragonflies and all of these amazing little beings down there. So by reciting aloud, they'll be able to hear and feel the resonance and, receive the benefit of the prayers and the mantras. So always remember that where you can recite aloud. It's absolutely wonderful. So the mantra of compassion, keeping in your heart all beings who are suffering, as I said before, from COVID, but all beings who struggle at this time of year, Christmas time, with loneliness, with grief, with, the sufferings that are many, vast, varied, unique to all of us. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Now we can do the actual Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances in the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the king, his Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the king, his Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, with health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the King and his Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Now we can do our dedication prayers. And the dedication prayer from Master Shantideva's Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life, that we always say here in Brisbane at Langri Tangpa Centre. So powerful, bringing to mind all beings who are suffering, however they might be suffering. Particularly, at Christmas time, so difficult for so many beings. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored and finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings, without exception, to that state. And the long life prayers for our very precious teacher, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, shining light to all beings. Please live long. Wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Person Gatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, please live long. You who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, protector of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. And now the final prayer, dedication prayer, remembering emptiness. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So, thank you, everybody. Have a very, very Merry Christmas, a wonderful day, and a very peaceful, safe holiday season. Good morning, Venerable Checky.
Good morning, Trin-Leila. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Happy Christmas.
You too. Is it very hot over in Perth?
Well, we're in Bunbury, and it's a little
Okay.
bit cool. It's still hot, but just couple of little. It's going to get hotter. Yeah, right at the moment. It's only 8 a.m, so
Yeah.
it's the coolest that we have. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Well, have a lovely day and take care and see you soon.
And you. Yes,
Okay,
stay
bye.
safe. Bye.
Bye.
So we just have a comment on the YouTube channel, good morning, from Western Australia, that from Regina, that to add Mona McDonald to the prayer list. She just died suddenly this week. Okay, so we can all add to our prayers and dedications. And it's so lovely to be here on this Christmas morning. I'm in Western Australia, and so my friends in the East sent me some Christmas greetings early for me, and one of them, maybe people have seen, beautiful image of online of His Holiness, offering respects to Jesus Christ, image of Jesus Christ. So I just thought how wonderful that to have this opportunity to be able to offer this practice, every week, but now, the second Christmas, we find ourselves still grappling with this COVID disease, and here in this Gyalpo, I was just trying to see, I'm not sure if I can show. Anyway, we've got our Christmas lights on. We've got them on the altar. We've got them around the Gyalpo. I'm not sure if they're showing. So, when I say Christmas lights, we've got our light offerings and did extensive offerings the other night. And we've got all these beautiful, in Australia, these hydrangeas that are like a mandala of flower offerings. So, a bit of the festive season here, as much as we do. And then, of course, at Hyagriva Centre in Perth, inspired by Venerable Damcha, sharing with us all that photo of the Christmas tree in the local church there in France, and with messages just like Shanti Davis, may all medicines be effective, may wholesome prayers bear fruit. We can, set our motivation like this. And then this morning, I was reading our local paper, it's called The Challenge, the Good News paper. I think it's a Christian paper. I think I got to there in the end, but it's quite, anyway, just to read a little bit that's popped out at me, saying a quote from Apostle Paul, that he learned to be content. Not that I was ever in need, for I have learned how to be content with whatever I have. I know how to live on almost nothing or with everything. I have learned the secret of living in every situation, whether it's with a full stomach or empty, with plenty or little. And then the article goes on and says the first thing is our natural lack of contentment may be an indication that there is something fundamentally missing in our lives. So the way that I read that, I was sort of thinking, I think that's the Four Truths. Dukkha, dissatisfaction. So may all meditate on, this day, every day, all medicines be effective. May, the hungry find food, the thirsty find delicious drinks, and so forth. Whatever diseases there are in the world, including this COVID, with all its manifestations, currently we're grappling with the Delta and the Omicron and the, so forth. May they quickly be pacified. And that is the spirit in which we engage in this practice. Okay. We can set our motivation like that, and turn to the practice. Oh, before we do that, all these offerings, we'll offer these offerings. So actually arranged and visually emanated. I don't even think you can see the ones we have in the altar here. So you'll have to imagine all these. I've got some candlelight offerings which will go out due to our heat factor here, fire danger, after this session. But also we've got all the electric ones, beautiful, all different colors. We've got hydrangeas and the water bowl offerings, a few sets of those and so forth. All our offerings on everybody's altars, all the offerings on people's Christmas decorations and so forth, all the offerings of all in the skies, and even going back to that time, that little star of Bethlehem and all the other little stars there and big stars and all the other stars since, etc. And to come, just, everything that you can think of, offering up all those amazing lights. May human and divine offerings, both actually arranged and mentally emanated, become clouds of Vimana Samanta Bhadra offerings equal in the entire extent of space. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Pramodane Tate Gateya Ahate Samyaksam Buddhaya Tayata Om Vajre Vajre Maha Vajre Mahateja Vajre Mahadija Vajre Maha Bodhi Chita Vajre Maha Bodhi Mendo Pasam Pramana Vajra Sabakama Avarana Vishudana Vajra Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Pramadane Chategateya Ahate Samyaksam Buddhaya Tayata Om Vajre Vajre Maha Vajre Mahateja Vajre Mahadija Vajre Mahabodhi Chita Vajre Mahabodhi Mendo Pasam Pramana Vajra Sabakama Avarana Vishudana Vajra Soha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vajrasara Pramadane Chategateya Ahate Samyaksam Buddhaya Tayata Om Vajre Vajre Maha Vajre Mahateja Vajre Mahavija Vajre Mahabodhi Chita Vajre Mahabodhi Mendo Pasam Pramana Vajra Sabakama Avarana Vishudana Vajra Soha. By the power of the truth of the three rare sublime ones, the blessings of all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the great wealth of the completed two types of merits, and the pure and inconceivable sphere of phenomena, may these piles of finest Samantabhadra offerings, equaling space, arising to transformation of Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra, Manjushri, and so forth, unimaginable and inexhaustible, equaling the sky, arise in the presence of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, be received. And then we think all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas receive this, and they're totally delighted, joyful, and shower down all the blessings and so forth. We receive those in the forms of whatever is needed, whether that's medicines, whether that's food, whether that's delicious drinks, whether that is safety, so forth, housing, whatever is needed, anywhere, medical supplies, vaccines, booster shots, except, everything needed for beings in the world. Okay. So then, according to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease, this space refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So whatever your understanding of refuge, be that be in, the Jesus Christ born on this day, be that in the Holy Spirit and so forth, be in the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha as explained here, those of us who are Buddhist and have that understanding. So arising your mind in that that understanding of your true nature, being inseparable from that, being one in the Dharmakaya, the ultimate wisdom mind that exists, knowing everything exactly as it is, having ultimate bodhicitta, just like, Jesus Christ, the heart just bleeding, with, that other time, the other big Christian celebration, the Easter one, where, sort of nailing on the cross, but symbolically taking on the suffering of the world, which, of course, as the Buddha said, we can't do, but having that compassion, wishing to do that, and the combination of that great compassion and wisdom, which, as the Buddha said, with those two wings, you soar to enlightenment. And then being Christmas Day, of course, I thought it would be nice to do a meditation from, on the compassion before we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, instead of, so that we can do a meditation with Jesus Christ from Lama Yeshe's Silent Mind, Holy Mind. I don't know if you can see. And it's got an image of Jesus Christ there on the lotus. Oh, actually on the plinth. Yeah, Jesus Christ. So whatever's comfortable, if that's not comfortable, as we say, an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown and above the crown and each and every sentient being. But as Lama said, this was at Christmas time in Copan way back in the 70s, and the student requested if you could, Lama, to do a meditation for someone devoted to Jesus Christ. And so here we go. You could do the following, he said. So we can use Jesus Christ, we can use Arya Chenrezig, those of us for whom that's meaningful, Mother Tara, Shakyamuni Buddha, any Buddha image, any other, just an image of a being that for you represents the infinite altruistic compassion. But I recite like this. So in your mind's eye, visualizing before you, so in the case of Jesus, his face, tranquil, peaceful, loving. And from the crown of the head, much radiant light comes from the crown of the visualization and comes in through your crown. And with white light, or the nature of blissful energy entering your body, purifying any negativities, any harm that we've done on the basis of our body, any physical contamination of the body, purifying all diseases, especially, all these COVID-related diseases, but any other diseases in the world, all the cancers and so forth, any ill being of the body, and any, on the basis of our body, any negative harm we've done countless lifetimes since beginningless time, completely purified, and everything gets purified with this white light rushing in. Let's recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and then activates and renews the functioning of your entire nervous system. That's how Lama puts it. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Padme Hum, Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So you think your whole body, radiating this healing light energy. And we can at the same time visualizing each and every other sentient being on every atom of space themselves also engaging in this practice along with us in human form and getting the benefits. And so completely healed, and all your functioning, fully functioning of your entire nervous system, of your entire body, fully activated, renewed, refreshed. Feel like that. And then in a similar way, red light radiating forth from the throat of Jesus or Chenrezig or the emanation that you visualized, and entering through your own throat. So coming in to, sort of bless your vocal cords and so forth, your speech, with a sensation of bliss. So, purifying any harm we've done with our speech, of any negativity and telling lies and bad-mouthing others, harsh language, things like that. And so this blissful red energy purifies you of all these negativities, so that then all your speech energy, you discover the divine qualities of the speech, the 60 eloquent qualities of a Buddha's speech and so forth. And then your speech becomes mantra, your speech becomes Dharma. I feel like that. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So your speech completely reinvigorated, re-empowered with a pure positive energy. And think as we go through the day of this sort of Christmas Day, whatever we're doing, that you share that powerful speech in most skillful ways with others. Share the love, the kindness, the joy, the encouragement, and so forth. And from the heart of Jesus, infinite radiant blue light comes. When we say heart chakra, center of the chest, and sinks into, just absorbs into your heart chakra, purifying your mind of all its confusion, all its wrong conceptions, all the selfishness. What about me? I mean, in this book, there's a collection of those talks that Lama gave at Kopan, Silent Mind, Holy Mind. About the true spirit of giving at Christmas, which we know we don't have to remind ourselves, but this true spirit of that giving a kind heart. And so this one, the selfish pettiness, the ego, which is the president of the delusions, and then all the greed and hatred and ignorance and confusion get purified, get transformed, get eliminated, especially the doubtful mind, dismissive mind, purifying the narrow mind. And that's that light energy fills your mind, your mental continuum, soaks into your heart chakra. So heart mind, chitta, becomes like the blue sky, embracing universal reality and all of space. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So radiant blue light, fill your body, mind, like limitless sky, unobstructed space, light, luminous. And then as Lama says, you visualize a white lotus blossoming at your heart, and the compassionate figure visualized in front absorbs into that and manifests on this lotus seat. And so then whatever you drink, whatever, you go and have your Christmas lunch or whatever you eat, whatever you drink, becomes an offering. Becomes an offering to this compassionate being at your heart, be that Jesus Christ, who we honor, the birth of as a great holy being in the world, great realized being in the world, or Arya Chenrezig, of our gurus, and so forth, of all the Buddhas, bodhisattvas. So in this way, as Lama says, we do this with a good heart, good concentration, pure motivation, and then transforms our ordinary actions, words, and thoughts, and bringing closer to the divine qualities of Jesus, of the Buddha, of your guru, of all gurus, all Buddhas, bodhisattvas. And so with that kind, compassionate heart, we'll recite the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So again, resting your awareness in whatever understanding we have of the objects of refuge, what they mean for us, you know, those spiritual holy beings in the world, be that Jesus Christ, be that His Holiness the Dalai Lama, be that Buddha, be that whichever Buddha, all your gurus, so forth. And then recognizing that as a reflection of our own innate qualities, the Dharmakaya, our own Buddha nature. So whatever understanding of that you have, abide there, like, as it says, you know, empty clarity of our own minds, like infinite space, infinite potentiality. And out of this infinite space, this infinite clarity, arises the natural mind of compassion. You know, yesterday, I, you know, took a little break in the afternoon and watched a movie about Charles Darwin. I had no idea the health issues that he faced, and also the difficult times in which he had the courage, because he said, I can't help but actually, I've got to go with the scientific evidence, you know, it goes against, you know, at his time, you know, what the church was propounding at the time. And of course, you know, great courage and so forth. So like that, us here with that great courage of compassion, which as Charles Darwin observed, where it just, we're hardwired for, we can't help but help. So just like that, we can imbue our mind with these immeasurable qualities, the immeasurable minds, the four divine viharas, the immeasurable divine abodes, immeasurable equanimity. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So we can visualize, if we could, we would take on all the disturbing emotions of sentient beings. Maybe on this day, it's a bit, people are going to family gatherings and they're a bit uncomfortable about that, or people are unable to go to family gatherings. They're separated by, lockdowns. They're separated by state borders. They're separated by international borders. Everything. In whichever way, it creates disturbing emotions for the mind, and as if we could take it on. But the point is that we destroy, smash to smithereens the self-cherishing at the heart chakra, which becomes like a hard rock, separates us from that innate love and compassion for others, and smash that one to smithereens. Particularly hold in the mind, anyone that you've heard about in the news or in your family or so forth, illness, COVID or not COVID, or difficulties and so forth. And generating immeasurable loving kindness, it's there in the teachings of Jesus Christ that, that we're just propelled by love for each other. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. And the way we do this is visualizing that we're, or actually transforming our body into that Dharma jewel, be that Dharma jewel with every action of today, with every action of speech, with every action of your mind. Be that guide in the world. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here, again, taking on all the suffering of sentient beings of all 10 directions, of all time, of all realms of existence, whether they be dear to you, family, friends, whether they be complete strangers, which is most every single one of those sentient beings, 9 billion humans, and then all the other gazillions and trillions. And, we've got the ants out here. Last night we went down to see, first time went to the beach to see the sunset over the ocean, because we're in the west, and so beautiful, Anyway, had to negotiate the path with the ants and then the flies. We cohabitate with, so all their sufferings. Compassion for each and every one. Immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them to never be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here, giving all your past, present, and future merits, all your virtues and their results, up to and including enlightenment to all sentient beings, so they attain a state of bliss and joy, and that joy radiates out, and you take great delight at their realizations and so forth, just like we delight in all of our precious teachers. We delight on this day of the birth of Jesus Christ, coming into the world as a power of all that is loving and kind and wise and compassionate and good. And all our precious teachers, the Buddha and so forth. How dear, how precious. And delight in that, delight that we have met the Dharma through our precious gurus. And we can think in particular Lama Tsongkhapa. We celebrate this week and make a lot more light offerings in a few days' time, safely in our part of the world where it's getting hotter, of course. And out of that joyful, loving, compassionate, equanimous, even mind, even regard for all, encompassing them all in our visualization around us, every atom of space, and visualizing above their crown, again, an emanation of infinite altruistic compassion. And as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum again, then that's, that healing energy streams from that powerful heart of this holy being down through your crown, through their crowns, pacifying all these pandemic crises and fears and anxieties and deaths and, anger and all of that sort of thing, all our despairs, the actual diseases, that any disease, affliction-caused diseases, of which there are many, many, many in the world, so they never occur again, so that we're all healed, body, speech, and mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 So that light and nectar that has been streaming down transforms your body, every glistening, every particle of your being, radiant with this blissful, positive energy. And then this emanation above your crown, the crown of each and every other sentient beings, dissolves into, the snowflakes, like, the snow falling like we see in our Christmas cards and so forth. That dissolves down through your crown and the crown of every sentient being. So those in the cooler climates, of course, this is maybe, I don't know, snowing there, but those of us in the warmer climates, this is cooling, refreshing, pacifying the heat. Anyway, for all of us, pacifying the heat of the afflictions. So cool, refreshing nectar, healing energy, transforming your body and mind, transforming the body and mind of everyone you visualized around you, every atom of space. And so that each one of us becomes transformed into that pure energy of compassion. In this way, that heart connection, heart to heart, resuscitation, renewal, refreshment, connection, compassionate connection. And from that heart of compassion, reciting again the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, especially the mind, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. So, of course, we dedicate again, constantly for the long life, good health, and well-being of our precious gurus, and may they remain and teach in the world. And also ourselves, or our Dharma brothers and sisters, or the monks and nuns of the FPMT, or the other ordained Sangha of all traditions, of Buddhist traditions, of Christian traditions, of all traditions, dedicated to transforming the world by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, more extensively dedicating, I was just contemplating, this will be the last prayerathon for this year. I'm not sure that makes any difference to COVID. You know, the pandemic doesn't respect boundaries, and certainly doesn't respect time boundaries. There's no such respectment. So we can nonetheless, you know, we have that symbolic conclusion, like, you know, we had the solstice, and then we've got Christmas, and we've got Lama Tsongkhapa Day. So, you know, all the multimedia team, everyone who's helped out with this prayer-a-thon for so long, and continues to do so with great joyous enthusiasm. All those leaders of the prayerathon who continue to do so with great joyous enthusiasm. Our fearless, Mummy, Daddy, Venerable Damcho there over in France. Thank you so much. And Venerable Tendar, our fearless leader in the IMI, and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, particularly Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche for giving us this instruction to do this, gave us the opportunity to do and connect with each other on an ongoing basis for 17, 18 months now so far. And be well, be safe, be happy, enjoy. So the prayer for the flourishing of Je Tsongkhapa's teaching, because we'll be celebrating that meantime this week, the passing into parinirvana of Je Tsongkhapa. Though he's the father, producer of all conquerors, as the conqueror's son, he produced the thought of upholding the conqueror's dharma in infinite worlds. Through this truth, may the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. When of yore, in the presence of Buddha Indra Ketu, he made his vow, the conqueror and his offspring praised his powerful courage. Through this truth, may the conqueror Losang teachings flourish, that the lineage of pure view and conduct might spread. He offered a white crystal rosary to the sage, who gave him a conch and prophesied, through this truth, may the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. His pure view, free of eternity or destruction, his pure meditation cleansed of dark fading and fog, his pure conduct practiced according to conqueror's orders. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. Learned, since he extensively sought out learning, reverent, rightly applying it to himself, good, dedicating all for beings and doctrine. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. Through being sure that all scriptures definitive and interpretative were without contradiction, advice for one person's practice, he stopped all misconduct. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. Listening to the explanation of the three Pitakas, realized teachings, practice of the three trainings, his skill and accomplished life story is amazing. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. Outwardly calmed and subdued by the hearer's conduct, inwardly trusting the two stages practice, he allied without clash the good paths of Sutra and Tantra. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. Combining voidness, explained as a causal vehicle, with great bliss, achieved by method, the effect vehicle, heart essence of 80,000 Dharma bundles. May the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. By the power of the ocean of the earthbound doctrine protectors, like the main guardians of the three beings' paths, the quick-acting Lord, Vajravana, Kamayama, may the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. In short, by the lasting of glorious gurus' lives, by the earth being full of good, learned, reverent holders of the teaching, and by the increase of power of its patrons, may the conqueror Losang's teachings flourish. And then, of course, since I took inspiration from Venerable Damcho in the Christmas tree department, and we are having seen the messages on that Christmas tree in France, and we sort of replicated something like similar at Hayagriva Buddhist Center in Perth. And so here, because the messages on that, and like we've got little heart posters up on the tree, along with the Lama Tsongkhapas, of course, with messages of hope and love, similar to this extract from Shantidoba's Bodhisattva's Way of Life dedication chapter, wishing all beings to have whatever is need. Okay, so may all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill, May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as sentient beings remain. Until then, may I too remain to dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. Chanchud Senchog Rinpoche, Make Panam Ge Kuchi, Ge Panyampa Me Pai, Gong Ne Gong Du Pelwa Shu. Due to all the past, present, and future merits of myself, all the merits of the three times, collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is a mere imputation, achieve the state of full enlightenment, arising independence on many causes and conditions, countless great eons, and lead all sentient beings who are dependent arising to that state which is completely empty, which exists in me, named by myself alone, who is merely labeled by the mind. Total hallucination my mind is made up. And then the long life prayers for our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Jig ten kam de pende malupa gang le zhong wei sam pe yi xin do kadrin so mei tenzin ga so la so wa de so tu she lu shu. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, please, please live long. By the force of the praises and requests made to you, may all diseases, evil spirits, poverty, and quarrels be calmed, and may the Dharma and good fortune increase in the regions in which I and others dwell. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the Hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with a dedication praised as the best by all the gone, beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. For the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the two types of merits of the three times of myself and others, may the teachings of victorious one, Losang Dragpa, shine resplendent forever. Migme Sewe Techen Chenrezig Dreame Kempe Wampo Jampo Yang Nanten Gipe Sugyen Song Kapa Losang Dragpe Shabla Sowa De Mime Sewe Techen Chenrezig Dreame Kempe Wampo Jampo Yang Ganchen Gipe Sugyen Song Kapa Losang Dragpe Shabla Sowa De Mime Sewe Techen Chenrezig Dreame Kempe Wampo Jampo Yang Ganchen Gepe Sugyen Song Kapa Lo San Dragpe Shabla Sowa. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Who am I saying?
Nice to
Merry?
see-
Yeah,
Katie.
it's Katie. Here I am in
How are you?
Bunbury.
Are
Mother
you in
Tara.
Bunbury? Wow, wonderful. Oh, that's wonderful.
It's
That's
about 2
beautiful.
degrees
Gosh.
cooler than Perth, because Perth is 43
hot.
today.
Whoa.
We're
Oh,
we're up to 37.
still warm.
Warm. We're staying cool here. You're
Very
cooler. Over there.
We are right now 11 degrees Celsius.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm wrapped up. Okay.
Excellent.
All right.
Good to see
Thank you. Bye,
Stay
you
well.
too. And thank you, Venerable. Was it Losang Trinla? Hi. Thank you. Okay, so let's just settle in, if you're not already settled in, and welcome to people on Facebook and on YouTube Live. If you're not already settled in your meditation position, so just take a moment to bring your mind to where your body is. So check your posture. If you're sitting with the feet down on the ground, make sure they're in a parallel position with a cushion underneath them. Other than that, if your knees are in a cross-legged position, you can support your knees with cushions either side, and perhaps cushions underneath the sit bones, and make sure you're sitting on something firm, otherwise you'll sink. And let's just imagine that our spine is a string of pearls of light stretching from the base of the spine, the coccyx, all the way up through the crown of the head. And someone is above you, just very gently lengthening your spine. Your head is slightly tipped forward, the eyes are down, looking along the length of the nose, and the tip of the tongue is on the roof of the mouth. And the head is slightly tipped forward. I think I might have already said that. Hands are in the meditation mudra. Shoulders are aligned with the hips and the ears aligned with the shoulders. Let's just bring our attention to the crown of the head and relax the scalp and the forehead and the eyes, the cheeks, the nose, the jaw, the area around the mouth. And take your attention to the back of the head, the crown. Relax the crown, the ears, the temples, and the jaw again. Relax your neck, shoulders, and back, throat, chest, belly, arms, hands and fingers, legs and feet and toes. And bring your mind to the breath, just very gently breathing in. And as you breathe in, notice the sensation of the cool air as it flows in through the nostrils, slightly warmer air as you're breathing out. If there's any sounds in your environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to have the mind run off and investigate. And your mind may be busy, there might be full of things that are happening today or tomorrow if you're celebrating the holiday, the Christmas holiday. So just for this short amount of time, just allow those things to stay outside of your mind. Just put them to the back. You can imagine putting all those thoughts, maybe just for the moment, in a box, or just try not engaging with them and allowing them to flow. So imagine that all of space is filled with beings. They're all sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. So if sort of all the sentient beings in the universe is difficult, just imagine as many beings as you can. And your parents and your other family members, if they're close to you, they're sitting beside you. And your very dear friends, your best friends, the ones you love, who support you, are behind you. And sometimes your family may also be your best friend, so it doesn't matter, put them whichever you feel most appropriate. And right in front of you, the ones you don't get along with, the ones you would label as enemy, and the others all are strangers, just all around. And contemplate the suffering of all these people. First of all, think about the suffering of your parents and the people that you're close to. And open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they may be experiencing. And also remember, just like you, they want to be free from suffering. And feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think about the people who've hurt you, or that you don't like, or that irritate you. And imagine their suffering, physical pain and discomfort, feelings of loneliness, insecurity, their fear, their dissatisfaction, their angry mind. And try and imagine what it would be like to have a mind like that, to be disturbed like that. And just like you, they also don't want problems. But perhaps they don't have a choice because maybe the mind is confused and disturbed, cannot find peace. So try for a moment to open your heart to these people for whom you normally would feel irritation or anger. And expand your awareness to try and take in the troubles and the pain of other human beings and animals. Because if your mind is uncontrolled, it's going to be suffering. So feel a strong aspiration to do this practice, a combination of a Chenrezig practice and prayer for the pandemic. For the sake of all these sentient beings, for yourself, so that you can help others be free of their suffering. So now we go to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So just bring your mind back to your breath as we start the visualization for Chenrezig. So just imagine above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, is Avalokiteshvara or Chenrezig, the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love and wisdom. You can imagine this is also, if you have a lama or a teacher, you can imagine this is the mind of your trusted mentor, the person who inspires your mind to the Dharma, who inspires you to practice, to become a better person. So they're manifesting in this form, this Chenrezig form, for your benefit. His face is peaceful and smiling, and he radiates love to you and all sentient beings, all the beings around you, your beloveds, your friends, your enemies and your strangers, without discrimination, loving them all equally. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all the wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk upon an open lotus, and his legs are crossed in the full lotus posture, and he's wearing exquisite silk and precious jewels, and he's made of light. So just try, if you're not a visualizer, you can just imagine a ball of white light above the crown of your head. So really try and get a sense of Chenrezig above your crown. Now make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings. And really try and get a sense that you're connecting with your own true nature, your highest potential. So in response to your request, Chenrezig lovingly sends streams of white light, filling every cell and atom of your body. And this light purifies all your negativities and problems, and all your past harmful actions, and your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with just limitless love and compassion. And your body feels light and blissful, and your mind peaceful and clear. So just imagine this. You're receiving purifying light and blessings from Chenrezig as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om May all the diseases that sand the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll go back to the mantra and just remember you have Chenrezig above the crown of your head, pouring light into you and filling you completely. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Padme Hum. Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits are harmed suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So imagine now, above the crown of your head, again, you have Chenrezig dissolving into white light. It flows down through the crown of your head and reaches your heart chakra. And your mind and the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your Guru, merges indistinguishably with Chenrezig's mind. And you experience tranquility and bliss. Hold this feeling as long as possible, and whenever this old sense of I is bored, unhappy, self-critical starts to arise, just remember this is not your real self, and bring your mind back to the remembrance of being one with the qualities of your own teacher and of Chenrezig. So let's just dedicate all the positive energy that we've created in this very short half hour to all the happiness of all living beings, to all sentient beings who are suffering from the effects of the pandemic, whether they're in hospital, whether they're ill, or whether their travel is disrupted, whether they're in isolation. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you're the source of all happiness and good. O powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the three jewels, savour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Hello, Venerable Tony. Haven't seen you for so many years. So nice to see you. How are you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
You're a little
Am I coming through now?
kind of, you're a little bit robotic, electronic-y kind of sound.
Oh, okay.
It's yeah, like your internet's not very strong or something.
Oh, okay. All right. Might be like that.
Oh, that's okay. That was okay.
Can you hear?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can hear. Fine. Okay, well.
So where are you now?
Right now I'm in Marin. I'm about a 3-hour drive north of Aptos House.
Oh, okay. So
I'm
how long have you been in the US for?
Oh gosh. I've been here altogether since 2004.
Yeah, most of the time. Yeah.
Most of the time. I've been either here or in Nepal, but you can, yeah. So, but mainly here now.
Last time I saw you was at Copan, wasn't it?
Oh,
Copan
yeah.
last time I saw you?
Yeah. You were leading a course.
Well, it was only
Must have
2
been.
years. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Was I
All
leading
right.
I was leading the meditations for you. That's right. Gosh, that's
That's
a long. That's 2019. See, I haven't
yeah, it
been back
wasn't that
since
long
then.
ago. Okay.
No, it wasn't that long ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, nice to see you and
Good to
enjoy.
see you. Have a
Yeah.
good Christmas day.
You
Yeah.
too.
All right.
It's Christmas
All
Day
right.
there now, isn't it? Anyway, have a good Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas about 11:30.
Okay. In the
All right.
morning.
Yes.
Okay. All right. See you. Take care.
See ya. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Cheers. Bye.
All right. Bye. All right. So then hope people can hear me okay. I don't know what I can do if you can't hear if the connection's not very good. But anyway, before starting to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in the practice, and you on now, eh? Yeah, so cultivate positive motivation for engaging in the practice, and perhaps what we can do here is to do meditation on the 4 immeasurable thoughts, motivate the mind to strengthen the mind of bodhicitta, strengthen and stabilize the mind of bodhicitta by reflecting on the 4 immeasurable thoughts. First, immeasurable equanimity, and that is how wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were in equanimity, not close to some nor distant from others. May they be in equanimity. I myself allow them to be in equanimity. And so then with this, to be thinking along the lines that may be the case that we're able to take away all the disturbing states of mind, all the delusions from beings, to have that kind of mind, particularly today, Christmas Day, to have the kind of attitude that may beings be relieved from the disturbing states of mind. And particularly this time, Christmas Day, often there are strong emotions that people feel, the family relationships and so on. And so it might be the case that people are relieved of the strong emotional states of anger, and particularly anger and attachment. And then limitless love. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings had happiness and the cause of happiness. May they have happiness and its cause. I myself will take responsibility for this to happen. And so just to generate that kind of attitude, frame of mind, consistent with Christmas Day, the idea of wanting others to have the experience of happiness. And then limitless compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings are free from suffering, the cause of suffering. May they be free of suffering and its causes. I myself will make them to be free of suffering and its causes. So then to cultivate that kind of mind of wanting other beings to be free from whatever suffering state they may be existing in at this point of time. And then limitless joy. How wonderful it would be if all beings were never separated from the bliss of liberation and liberation's true joy. May this be the case, and may I be able to do this. And then with this cultivating the state of mind of wishing to give away all one's own positive potential and the result, including enlightenment, to all sentient beings. And so then the refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud for our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud for our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And then to invoke the embodiment of compassion, Chenrezig, above the crown of one's head. And then to recite mantra, the manis, 3 malas of manis. Or mani padme, or mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. And then the actual prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of every instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they're placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings around you servants of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spells, illnesses, Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they're placed in south the path, Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arrive to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all its dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leaving an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spells, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that like a butcher leading an animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interference of 364 spirits that harm suddenly the 424 disease and so forth. May whatever sufferings around to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings derive from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interference, the 364 spirits, and harm suddenly the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance derived due to the service of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever substance derive from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher lead an animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interference, 364 spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 disease and so forth. May whatever substance around to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings derive from life-threatening disease that, like a leading animal, be slaughtered, separated from the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance derive from due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever substance derive from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal can be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interferers, the 360 evil spirits and harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance run to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May all, whatever sufferings derive from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal, be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings are to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grave spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists occur in the realms of the world. May what substance derived from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, mere incident not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substances are due to the servants of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of power and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases, sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever substance derived from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading animals, be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and ignorance, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embedded beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever substance derived to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happy, totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, infallibility, of power and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever substance derived from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere incident not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance derived to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, infallibility, of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grace, spirits, illness, and Buddhism not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere incident not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be harmed by acute, chronic, or other epidemic disease, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance derived from due to the service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma, protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then now to recite dedication. And then firstly, Shady David's dedication. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are torn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth. Those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope and constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvest. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, as long as the transmigratory beings remain, until then, may I too remain and dispel the suffering of transmigratory beings. And so then just to dedicate here, also in relation to those people who have recently died, particularly died as a result of COVID-19, may they take rebirth Pure Land, or take perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths, and attain enlightenment. And may beings who are seriously ill with COVID-19 recover from the illness, and if not, then have peaceful death and take rebirth in a Pure Land or perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths, and attain the state of enlightenment. And may beings, wherever they are, undergoing difficulty as a result of COVID-19, be in terms of experiencing the sickness directly themselves, or else seeing friends with the sickness and having friends die, friends and relatives die as a result of sickness, and what other difficulty beings may have as a result of it, social problems, relationship problems, employment problems, or physical problems as a result of that, and mental, emotional problems. May they find best way to be able to deal with this and transform the difficulty into something beneficial, something which can be of benefit to others. And wherever beings are involved in caring for those who are sick as a result of COVID-19, either the carers who, friends or relatives, or the professional people, professional carers, may they continue to find the inspiration and kindness and wisdom to be able to care in skillful ways with courage and energy, not giving up, being enthusiastic in helping others. And where people are involved in making decisions, medical people involved in making decisions regarding COVID-19, or those in political positions who make decisions, may those decisions be wise and compassionate and free of corruption. And may highly realized spiritual practitioners continue to manifest in the world to be a source of inspiration in general, but particularly where there's difficulty, people are having difficulty as a result of COVID-19. May they find the inspiration from these great practitioners. May these great practitioners give inspiration for people to live in the best possible way. And then may spiritual teachers continue to manifest into the world, give teachings, and have long lives. And particularly here you can think of Solom's Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa, and the teachers, various teachers in our different centres, and wherever there are other centres, projects or activities, may those beings, those teachers, continue to give teachings, give guidance, and have long lives. Okay, so thank you. Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes. Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
did it come through okay?
Yes, yes. Very good.
Where are you in America?
No, I'm actually at Sera in South India.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
At my house.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. So
you're Tenzin then?
yes.
Tenzin, okay. All right. Tony,
Yes.
okay. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Have a happy Christmas day.
Yes, yeah. Merry Christmas to you too.
All right.
Good to see you.
Cheers.
Yeah, take care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
All the best.
Bye.
Okay, so hello, welcome to everyone. Merry Christmas to everyone. I hope everyone is doing well and keeping safe over this holiday season. So as many of you know, we've been doing this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer-a-thon session now for I think over 70 weeks. I mean, it's been going on and on. And first of all, thank you to all of you who have been joining us, continuing to participate in these sessions. And so many of you know that these sessions have been recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche. He recommended this practice to be done by the global Sangha community, particularly all the monks and nuns of the IMI around the world. And so every Saturday now, we've been doing these prayer-a-thon sessions, so 24 hours straight. And Rinpoche had advised that these be done until the end of the pandemic. So unfortunately, as many of you know, now the pandemic is still ravaging many parts of the world, and especially now with the Omicron variant in many places, particularly South Africa and many places in Europe and the US by now. But unfortunately, how these pandemics work, probably within a few weeks, then it spread very rapidly throughout other parts of the world. So now at the beginning of our session, we adjust our motivation. And although on one level, yes, we are doing this to quell the effects and the tremendous suffering brought on by the pandemic of the coronavirus, more generally speaking, we should recall our mind of compassion, great compassion for all sentient beings, which, as you know, this mind of compassion is a wish that others be free from suffering. And when we look deeper, the suffering of coronavirus, the suffering of illness, is only one of the many sufferings that sentient beings are facing while they are in samsara. So samsara is this cycle of existence, this uncontrolled cycle of rebirth due to karma and afflictions. And so as long as sentient beings are under the power of their karma and afflictions, they're bound to experience one kind of suffering experience or another, endlessly and without break. And so now when we motivate and generate this wish that others be free from suffering, actually what we need to do is wish that they are free from the causes of suffering, the karma and the delusions. And then, as many of you know, the root of the delusions is this distorted mind that views a false sense of the self, false sense of the I, and views the I and other phenomena as having inherent existence, whereas in actuality, nothing at all has even one atom of inherent existence. Yet, this mistaken view, this misapprehension of reality, has been the fuel that has propelled our beginningless samsaric rebirth. And as long as we or other sentient beings aren't able to abandon this distorted view of reality, then our endless cycle of rebirth will continue on forever. So now when we motivate and generate this aspiration that beings be free from suffering, we now identify the cause of all their suffering to be this distorted view of reality. And then looking further, we see that the only antidote to this mistaken view of reality is to generate the wisdom that realizes emptiness, that realizes that all phenomena are empty or lack inherent existence. And so in order for either ourselves or others to be free from suffering, we need to generate this wisdom. And then in order to help sentient beings generate this wisdom, we ourselves need to become skilled in teaching and guiding and leading sentient beings to generate this wisdom within their own mental continuum. And in order to do that in the best way, then we need to fully develop all of our qualities. And that full development of all of our qualities is what we call the state of enlightenment, the state of Buddhahood. And so now here at the beginning of the session, with that goal in mind, with the goal of becoming completely enlightened Buddhas, so then we'll have all of the skills, all of the ability, all of the qualities to lead sentient beings in the most effective way from the oceans of samsaric existence to the state of liberation and enlightenment. Then we need to accumulate the causes. And the causes then are to purify our minds of all the obscurations, as well as to accumulate the collections of merit and transcendental wisdom. And so now when we do this practice, we have that in mind, that we're going to do this practice so we can quickly purify our minds of all the obscurations and quickly develop and accumulate all the causes for enlightenment. And then those of you who are students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche should also take great joy in the fact that since this practice has been recommended by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then many of you know that these, whatever practices that we do that is following the Guru's holy advice and instructions, that actually becomes the most powerful in terms of purification, the most powerful in terms of accumulation of merit. So now even in this short half an hour that we have together, then it becomes a very, very powerful practice to speed our path towards enlightenment. Okay, so now with that motivation, then we further think, that since we're now doing the practice for all sentient beings, at the beginning we can visualize all sentient beings in the space around us. And we can think as we're doing the practice, they're doing the practice along with us. And then in the space in front, we can imagine our Guru in the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha, and thinking that our Guru has now come to this place in order to help us, in order to guide us towards the goal of liberation and enlightenment. And now we can switch to the actual practice. So hold on a second. And I'm just going to do a share screen. Okay. So now as we recite this, this is the verse of refuge. So before we do that, we can think, recall the various qualities of the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and then aspiring to develop those qualities within our own mental continuum. Then we take refuge, which is this practice of reaffirming our commitment to practice the Dharma, which has been taught by the Buddha. So, all sentient beings, my mothers from infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers from infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers from infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Okay, so now before we do the recitation of this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, then those of you who have attained a initiation in the past, you can generate yourself as Avalokiteshvara. So first by purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So then we're calling the ultimate nature of all phenomena, that phenomena lack inherent existence, yet to our ignorant mind, everything appears as if it were inherently existent. So the way things appear and the way they actually exist and abide are, not the same. And therefore, that's why they say in the teachings that all phenomena are like illusions, like mirage, like dreams, and so forth. So first by, recalling this meaning of what it means to be empty, and then think that your mind realizing emptiness then arises as the deity of Avalokiteshvara. Those of you who do not have the initiation, you can just visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front of you. And then whether from yourself or from the deity generated in front, then as we recite the mantra, then you can think that countless light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then come to strike all sentient beings. As it does so, it purifies all sentient beings of all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all their obscurations, both liberation and enlightenment. And then at the end of our recitation, all sentient beings will become enlightened in the state of Avalokiteshvara. So we'll recite a little bit, in a melodious manner for a bit, and then we'll go to a more silent recitation so we can do so quicker. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays that we imagine, then now all sentient beings are completely purified of all their negative karma, all their obscurations, both liberation and enlightenment, and have been enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay. And now we will continue with the actual prayer from Thangtong Gyalpo. So we'll recite this again and again for the rest of the session. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. All diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, we'll do for one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of gross spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, non-protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so now we'll go to more general dedication prayers. So please dedicate like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I promise to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Then for the long lives of our virtuous friends, particularly His Holiness Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness, due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. I need all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from its own side, from their own side, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses are from the King of Prayers. So I feel dedicate all these virtues to be able to train, just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samadha Vajra as well. I feel to dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praises of the best, by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. And then lastly, for the flourishing of the teachings, particularly the teachings of Lama Tsongkhapa, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs and obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of 3 times of myself and others, may the teaching of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And now we can also just briefly dedicate for all those who are currently sick, whether due to coronavirus or from another ailment. May all these beings quickly be freed of all their sicknesses and be able to achieve enlightenment in this lifetime. And then for all the beings who have recently died and are now in the bardo, may they instantly be born in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And then if that's not possible, may they at least get a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Dharma and a Mahayana Guru, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Okay, so thank you very much. I see Venerable Tutin Triki. You're muted. Oh, one more time. You're still muted.
Okay, hear me now.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Good to
Okay.
see you.
Good to see you
Thank
too.
you. Good to see you.
Thank
Have a
you.
happy Christmas. Yep.
Yes. All the best. Take care.
Okay, thank you. So zooming back here to Western Australia, the beauty of this prayerathon that we can zoom all around the world and connect with our Dharma brothers, sisters just like this, and a very happy Christmas to folks. And I was just sharing around on our various WhatsApp groups, being inspired by the photo that I received earlier this morning of His Holiness Dalai Lama offering respect to, image of Jesus Christ. And then I saw similarly, I'm not sure if it was in the Prayerathon newsletter or somewhere else, the image of His Eminence Ling Rinpoche as well, making that similar offering 2019 Christmas message. So it's been wonderful. Here on Thursday evening, we had our sort of Christmas celebration dinner, but before that we had a little bit of talk and with Lama Yeshe's Silent Mind, Holy Mind. And so it was really from the time at Kopan when the Westerners were there in the 70s at Christmas time, and Lama gave all these talks and so forth. And our local sort of, I think it must be a Christian, it says the Good Newspaper Challenge, talking today about contentment and quoting the Apostle Paul. Always makes me think, having grown up Catholic, go back and look at these apostles from a Buddhist perspective, about contentment, saying, not that I was ever in need, for I have learned how to be content with whatever I have. I know how to live on almost nothing or with everything. I have learned the secret of living in every situation, whether it is with a full stomach or empty with plenty or little. So, this reflects the Buddha's first teaching, isn't it? First turning of, a mind free of suffering and the causes of suffering. So like that. And we think, well, Jesus Christ is symbolically a being of great compassion. Well, not symbolically, what a great being, infinite compassion, bodhisattva, if not Buddha, who was able to, show that, demonstrate a profound act of taking on suffering of others and wishing to benefit the world. Just like today, we're so fortunate to have His Holiness Lama Zopa, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our precious gurus also, through their great realizations and dedication to attaining the path, to completing the path, to then be able to benefit us in the world and to benefit the whole world, not just those merely labelled Buddhists or those merely labelled Christian or so forth. So we can hold that all in mind as we celebrate Christmas. And of course, Lama Yeshe had no qualms with that, of holding, as when requested at that Kopan course, to lead a meditation for those who are of Christian faith. And it can be Chenrezig, it can be Shakyamuni Buddha, it can be Jesus Christ or Mary or whoever, people. I was reading, like, we having been now in Western Australia for 2 months, just over 2 months, looking at visiting some places, and there's quite a movement of which probably elsewhere in Europe and so forth, people are well aware of temples or homages to, shrines to Mother Mary, the Mother of Christ. So we can also think about her, because she was the one who gave birth, right? So we can hold all these holy beings in our mind and think how wonderful that we have this great opportunity to offer this practice for the benefit of the world. We who dedicated our life to the spiritual path at whatever level of study, practice, and so forth we are at, we do our best. We do whatever we can, and not only do our best, but relying on these precious teachers, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has given us this practice to do until this pandemic declines. And so here we are with I think Venerable Damcho said 74 weeks, or anyway, our second Christmas of participating in this prayer-a-thon. In other words, COVID hasn't been pacified, as Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche indicated, until it's pacified in the world, and that hasn't happened. So we can hold in mind all of those beings who are spending their Christmases, maybe hopefully not on ventilators, but could be. I think, now that there's more vaccinations in the world and so forth, that less hospitalization, but it's still happening around the world. Everyone who's separated from their families and loved one when they wish to be together. And unfortunately, there's all those ones who are together when maybe they wish not to be. But whatever ways in which, us as sentient beings and, trying to navigate this sort of samsaric world, that we be free of the sufferings and hold all those beings in mind as we engage in this practice, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So here we can visualize each and every brother, sister, kind sentient being on every atom of space arising in human form, engaging in this practice along with us, and really hold them in our heart as we go for refuge, be it to the Buddha, Shakyamuni Buddha, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable from our own precious gurus, be it Buddha Chenrezig, Buddha Tara. Here I am at the Tara Meditation Center, so Tara features quite strongly here in our practices and so forth. And then also could be Jesus Christ, could be Mother Mary, could be, all of these. All the holy beings, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, all the lineage lamas and so forth arising in the form of our Guru, inseparable from Shakyamuni Buddha, or however we wish, going for refuge. And whatever that means. And as it says in the notes in our prayer here, that this form of going for refuge given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Napa Paljo Serab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, and afterwards providing infinite benefits for living beings, so that we can think we are indeed doing that through our practice. We're not the medics, we're not the frontliners and so forth, but through our practice, we can benefit living beings. Sort of our job, isn't it? Yeah. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting in whatever understanding of the qualities of the objects of refuge, the qualities of your which reflect your own innate qualities, each and every one of us, and it really knows all visualized around us, the empty clarity of our own minds, the wisdom mind of a Buddha, when we finally attain that state, resting there. And from that state arising the mind of compassion. So I was just looking at a passage from Lama Yeshe's Silent Mind, Holy Mind. And okay, so we can generate this mind of loving concern on the basis of that wisdom, the compassion, the innate drive that we have to help each other, and particularly all the reminders at this time, in the world, around this time of year, Christmas and so forth. And so Lama said, if you really understood, you would recognize that what Jesus taught was love. It's as simple and as profound as that. If you had true love within you, I'm sure you'd feel more peaceful than you do now. So we can generate these minds of true love and so forth, and compassion. Is there any one of us who has the pure love Jesus was talking about? There are so many beautiful sentences in the Bible, but I don't recall reading that Jesus ever said that without you doing anything whatsoever, without preparing yourself in some way, the Holy Spirit would just descend on you, whoosh. What I have read in the Bible has the same connotation as the Buddhist teachings on equilibrium, compassion, and changing one's ego attachment into love for others. So this is the four immeasurable thoughts. So we can transform our mind in that way with the immeasurable minds of equanimity, loving kindness, compassion, and joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So at this time in the year when it's difficult for people coming towards the end of the year, reflecting back on the year and so forth, and Christmas, and then the New Year's coming, visualize that we're taking on, if we could, just like Jesus Christ, all the disturbing emotions of sentient beings and giving it to the self-cherishing thought that's like a sort of solid rock at the heart chakra, and soften, expand our hearts to every sentient being with that thought. Immeasurable beings, immeasurable equanimity. And on top of that, immeasurable loving kindness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here we're giving from our heart freely that we have softened, out to each and every sentient being, everything they desire, everything they need that's going to help them attain their own realizations in their mind, whether they label it something in a Christian faith, in a Muslim faith, in a Buddhist faith, in a Hindu faith, in any faith or none. But the realizations. So ourselves, following the Buddha Dharma, especially Mahayana Buddha Dharma, must do to, offer Dharma, be the Dharma jewel, transform our body into that, transform our mind into Dharma, our speech into Dharma. And the Dharma becomes the path, and that the path be without obstacle. Immeasurable compassion. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So again, thinking of taking on all the suffering of sentient beings without exception, whether they're, our friends and family that we're spending today with, or we're not able to spend today with, whether they're people we would never want to have in our presence, whether they're everybody else who we ignore because they're neither help nor harm, all of them, encompassing them in our compassion and generating mind of immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So here, giving all our virtues, all our past, present, and future, all our health, all our wealth, all our everything to each and every sentient being, all our realizations, all the way up to enlightenment, giving them freely, no holding back. And they attain enlightenment on that basis. They're blissed out, we bliss out, and there's total joyfulness, And on that basis, out of this pure immeasurable minds, reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, this vast method, generating the power of compassion in the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. To really feel that energy of compassion, it's sort of spread out through the entire universe to all seen, unseen beings, all realms of existence, all 10 directions, wherever beings exist. Holding that in your heart and that compassion that connects us heart to heart. Hold it precious, dear, like the jewel at the heart of Chenrezig, Arya Chenrezig. Well, I'm pointing up here, you can't see. And on that basis, following in the footsteps of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who was able to quell that epidemic in the Sakya monastery in Tibet, where they were about to be annihilated and nothing else worked. So just like that for the world, we engage in this practice because we are a contributing factor. We've got vaccines, we've got epidemiologists, we've got all the medical teams and borders controls and everything. So we have many, many contributing factors, and may we contribute through the power of our practice where we are. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, each and every one of us, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, just as we offer to our precious lamas, our precious teachers, our precious spiritual guides in the world, to have long life, good health, and well-being, to be able to benefit the world. Desperately needed right now. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So here, I think we can gather together all the dedications and prayers of this year, because this is the last prayerathon for this year. Of course, there's more prayerathon coming up, but to this time, not just this year, all the virtues, all the dedications, all the prayers that have been accumulated throughout the world by all faith traditions in relation to this pandemic, and then that have ever been offered for the benefit of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise and grow, and may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. So then we can offer the long life prayers for our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, by whose instruction and whose benefit to us gave the opportunity to connect all around the world every week with our brother, sister nuns and monks, and to engage in this practice which is so powerful in the world. Jikte hankam je pende mahalupa gang le zhongwei xiao xi tenzi ja san pe yi shi no kadrin so me tenzin gya su la so wa de so to she lu shu. And for our precious teacher, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, a precious guide in the world. Tu su shan shin jam gun gyao wei ten zin gyam pao wei kon zog du ko se chu som ko wei le mon chu dro pa ta so do she gu nu sha tin shu. So thank you very much. And I'll hand over. You can see Venerable Ailsa here. Good morning. Your afternoon. Our morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Christmas.
Yep, you too. Yeah.
Well, here we're a bit hot and sweaty.
Here we're hot and not
Actually,
sweaty.
you've got a really hot day today, I think, yeah?
Yeah, we're hot but not sweaty.
Good.
So without sweat, it's more bearable. So, okay. All right, stay safe. See you.
Just beginning the session, as usual, by generating a positive motivation for doing it. So, of course, the ideal motivation is one of bodhicitta, this precious thought to become enlightened in order to be able to enlighten all other living beings, pacifying all their suffering and bringing them every happiness, especially the happiness, fearless happiness, full enlightenment. And this is the basis of compassion, great compassion. And compassion is simply the wish from your heart that all living beings be free from suffering. And the cause of suffering. So at the moment, of course, with the surge in the pandemic, then it's easy to bring strongly to mind the pandemic. So recently it was announced that in the United States that more than 800,000 people have died during this pandemic. And so all around the world, there must be well over 5 million people who've died in this last 2 years from this disease. So bring to mind all the suffering that's been involved in the pandemic. Bring to mind also the increasing anxiety, sometimes aggression that's being felt by people. The Omicron is surging. People are anxious about the state of their own health, the health of the people they love. They're anxious about the transmission of the disease, the uncertainty of the whole situation, including the economy. So bring all of these strongly to mind and generate a strong wish for all those beings to be free of that suffering and the causes of their suffering, their negative karma and delusions. But also remembering that COVID-19 is just one disease among many diseases experienced in this world. And it's just one problem among myriads of problems that human beings experience in this world. In some ways, it's just a reminder of the nature of our samsaric existence. In the scriptures, in the text, our existence is described as being like living in the midst of a fire. And unfortunately, most of the time, we are not aware of this. We don't bring it to mind. But in times such as these, Omicron surging in the world, and it's just a reminder of the nature of our existence. And it's a reminder that we've found a path that leads us out of suffering existence, the precious path to enlightenment. So just think that you're going to do this Thangtong Gyalpo practice. I generate a strong mind of compassion, wishing all beings to be free from suffering, and also with loving kindness, the wish to bring all beings happiness, and not just temporary happiness, but especially the ultimate happiness of liberation from samsara and full enlightenment. So with this as our motivation, we'll recite 7 times the precious refuge prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll do some recitations of a Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Chenrezig, Buddha of Compassion. So just reminding yourself of that motivation of compassion that you generated at the beginning. So bring to mind as clearly as you can, as vividly as you can, all the people all around the world in every country who are experiencing COVID-19. Bring to mind the various physical and mental sufferings that they're experiencing. Whether they're in hospital or at home. Also remember all the people who are experiencing what's called the long COVID syndrome, which means even after the initial illness, then they can have physical symptoms for months afterwards. So visualize as clearly as you can all the people experiencing COVID-19 all around the world. Then if you have initiation, you can generate yourself as Chenrezig, 2, 4 arm or 1,000 arm aspect. If you don't have initiation, then visualize Chenrezig on the crown of your head. Then with that strong thought of compassion, from your heart as Chenrezig or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your head, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each of those beings, millions of people all around the world who are experiencing COVID-19. Healing white light descends from that tiny Chenrezig, purifying, pacifying all their immediate physical and mental problems, and more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of Compassion, fully enlightened being. So just do this visualization over and over again as you recite the mantras. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now rejoice, feeling happiness from your heart, that at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to send out healing white light rays to all those affected by COVID-19, pacifying their immediate suffering, and more importantly, purifying them the cause of all their suffering, their negative karma and delusion. So next, bring to mind as vividly as you can all the millions of people around the world, the frontline workers who are caring for those with COVID-19, whether at home or in hospitals. So think of the kind of anxiety and exhaustion that these people are experiencing, especially now with increasing cases because of the new variant. We think about the workers in the hospital, in the ICU units, in the general wards. We're thinking not just of the doctors and nurses, but of the many thousands of people it takes to run successfully a hospital. And the cooks in the kitchens, the cleaners, who are very important at this time, the porters, all the many different roles, even in administration, that are played in hospitals. Also think of the ambulance drivers, the paramedics. We're dealing firsthand with those affected by the virus. Think about the kind of anxiety these people are experiencing, not only about getting the virus themselves, but of transmitting it to family and friends. Many, many workers in hospitals because of less many workers who are at the moment. So bringing to mind all the various mental and physical problems being experienced by these frontline workers. From your heart is Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. It goes to the crown of each and every one of those frontline workers. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental problems. More importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. Doing this visualization over again. Visualization, you'll be able to know the cause of all their problems and negative karma and delusions and transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being. So now bring to mind all the millions and millions of people around the world who are grieving because they've lost family members or friends to COVID-19. So even if we can estimate that 3 people died, then there are 10 people grieving. I'm sure in most cases there would be many more. And even with the conservative estimate, there are more than 50 million people grieving all around the world because they've lost someone they love to COVID-19. Bring to mind contribute feelings of depression and hopelessness, and generating a strong thought of compassion, a strong wish to relieve all of those people all around the world, those millions of people, and their feelings of sorrow and loss. From your heart is Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those grieving beings. Healing white light descends, pacifying their immediate grief, but more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization over and over again as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So once more rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, at least at the level of your visualization, you've been able to bring comfort to all those grieving people, millions of grieving people all around the world. And more important, you've been able to purify them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transform them into the aspect of Chenrezig, a fully enlightened being. So next, bringing to mind all the billions of people around the world who are experiencing various hardships because of the pandemic, not necessarily from having the disease themselves, but from the problems experienced because of isolation, social distancing, the increase in anxiety and depression and suicidal thoughts, increases in abuse and domestic violence, and these days also bringing to mind all the various protesters who are suffering because of their feelings of anger about vaccinations, or particularly about government mandates. Many countries around the world, including Australia, with thousands of people demonstrating. So with a wish to pacify the sufferings being experienced by all these billions of people around the world because of the pandemic, from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig you visualized on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes to the crown of each and every one of those billions of people experiencing difficulties because of the pandemic. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate physical and mental problems. More importantly, purifying them the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that through your visualization, you've been able to relieve all those billions of people around the world experiencing difficulties because of the pandemic. More importantly, you've been able to purify them of the cause of all their problems, not just this particular disease or its ramifications. You've been able to purify the cause of all these problems, any problem they're experiencing, their negative, which derives from their negative karma and delusions. On top of that, you've been able to transform them into the aspect of a fully enlightened being, Chenrezig. So just feel happiness from your heart. So now, finally, just bring to mind as vividly as you can all sentient beings. All sentient beings in all the 6 realms, with whatever knowledge you have of those, the particular sufferings that beings experience in each of the 6 realms. If you're not familiar with the 6 realms, then simply think about the ones you are familiar with, the animal and human realms, various sufferings experienced by beings in those realms. So then generating a strong wish to relieve all those beings of their suffering and its causes. That thought of compassion from your heart as Chenrezig, or from the heart of the Chenrezig on your crown, send out healing white light rays with a tiny replica of Chenrezig on the tip. Goes the crown of each and every one of those living beings in the 6 realms. Healing white light rays descend, pacifying their immediate problems, the particular problems associated with that realm and the general sufferings of samsara. But more importantly, purifying them of the cause of all their problems, their negative karma and delusions, and transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So just doing this visualization as you recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So once again, rejoicing, feeling happiness from your heart, that at the level of start healing lives, every single sentient being, not just in these, but most importantly, transforming them into the aspect of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion. So now we'll recite the prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo to liberate the Sakya monastery from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in every instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings excuse me, there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 404 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, dedicating any merit, any positive energy we've created by doing this practice to the following goals, as outlined by Shantideva in the final chapter of A Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life. Through the virtue of having done this practice, may all living beings come to engage in the Bodhisattva's conduct. May all beings everywhere, plagued with sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. For as long as they remain in psychic existence, may their mundane happiness never decline, and may all of them uninterruptedly receive waves of joy from Bodhisattvas. May the blind see forms, may the deaf hear sounds, and just as it was with Maya Devi, may pregnant women give birth without any pain. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, may the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy, may the forlorn find new hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their illness, and may every disease in the world, especially COVID-19, never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power. May people think of benefiting one another. May no living creature ever suffer, commit wrong, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled, or their minds ever be depressed. In all temples and monasteries, may reading and recitation flourish and remain. May the Sangha always be in harmony. May their purposes be accomplished. May sentient beings again and again make offerings to all the Buddhas, and may they constantly be joyful with the inconceivable bliss of the Buddhas. Just as they intended, may the Bodhisattvas fulfill the welfare of the world, and may all sentient beings receive whatever the Buddhas have intended for them. For as long as space endures, and for as long as living beings remain, until then may I too abide to dispel the misery of the world. So thank you very much, and now handing over to Venerable Damcho.
Hello, Venerable Elsa. How are you?
I'm a little hot and steamy, but apart from that, I'm fine. Thank you.
Well, it's lovely to see you again. Well, again, sounds like you haven't been here, but we haven't really crossed paths in a while. So it's lovely to make sure that you're still there and around. I'm sure everything was very busy at Chenrezig Institute.
Well, yeah, and it's coming up for a busy period now with retreats happening.
Mm-hmm.
The Vajrasattva retreat led by Venerable Tony, and then Geshe Sultram will be leading a traditional 2-week Lamrim retreat early in the new year.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
It's great to have a busy center, isn't it? Especially after all the virtual interactions that you had during the lockdowns, where you couldn't have so many people on site.
Well, everyone's a bit nervous about Omicron at the moment because, at the moment we're scheduling people to come for the retreats, but the situation could change, of course.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Okay, so have a good session.
You too. Have a lovely Christmas. My love to everyone at Chenrezig Institute.
Okay.
And I hope you're feeling a bit better soon. Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.
That was our dear Venerable Elsa from Chenrezig Institute, one of the wonderful leads who so kindly give their time to prayerathon, and I've done so for 74 weekends now. And also a big thank you to Chenrezig Institute. I see we have Malga with us looking after affairs tonight, so thank you very much. Well, I say tonight, we're here in the UK, it's nighttime, but I know it's daytime over in Oz, and depending where you are, it might be early mornings, late afternoons. I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas. We always assume that Christmas is a jolly good time, but we also know that even for those who do not necessarily have major worries, it's still stressful, getting everything organized, last minute preparations, wrapping up presents. Did we buy the right presents? Did we get presents? Did we just rush out? Relatives are coming, especially the in-laws, making our dinner preparations, this sort of stuff. And tensions can be a bit frail, and what should be a relaxing, joyful time can also involve a lot of hard work and stress and late nights and early mornings and the occasional row. But then let's also think about, if this is the side of the merriness of Christmas, let's also think about all those who suffer hardships, who may be on their own or who have no way of escaping maybe tension that comes from other sources rather than just the rushing around to get Christmas done, where there is maybe violence and abuse within the family. Maybe those who are completely by themselves, either because there are no relatives or friends nearby, or because of isolation, or because just they're sort of forgotten about, or the homeless people and disenfranchised. Think about their hardships. Maybe also think about all the wonderful people who are now out at the front line of our services, be it in hospitals, or police, fire brigade, etc. All these, or engineers who make sure that we have the electricity, water, and everything we need or we take for granted in our daily lives. And we would be very upset if we suddenly couldn't, use all these facilities in these festive situations. So maybe also give them a thought, who are away from their families to do these late nights. Who also have to deal with the fallout of that comes with festivities, either through alcohol and drug-induced situations, on top of maybe a normal human bodily decay and dysfunction. So let's make sure that we incorporate all those in our prayers tonight. And as Venerable Elsa also just said, with the new COVID variant, nothing is set in stone. There are reports that it is not as bad as the Delta variant was. But again, it's early days. People sort of trying to make their arrangements, what they can and can't do, and some politicians are more decisive than others in what regulations to put in place. Then it also depends on the compliance of society, and it's very often that we see where people know their rights, but feel that because having rights of their rights, it means others may not have the rights to be safe. It might be a right to say, I do not want an injection. I don't want to be vaccinated. And while that is your choice, we should also then respect that those who wish to be safe should not be intimidated having these vaccinations. That those who wish to be safe are not intimidated by those with strong opinions, challenged, threatened in so many forms. There have been reports here in the UK that many appointments were made in vaccination centres by those who were post-vaccination, simply for them then not to turn up. That is very counterproductive. And while it can easily enrage anger in those of us who wish to do what we can to ensure the welfare of our society and those around us, we also must remember that to be driven by those actions, that is also a symptom of their suffering. Why would you engage in something if you claim the freedom to keep your body pure and healthy? Why would you deny that to others who choose to do their own investigations in what they wish to do? So it's sometimes not easy, but we said life was. We have our challenges, but that seems very down on what's supposed to be a merry part of the year, Christmas, the festivities of love and joy, for all. And we mustn't forget that there's also goodness in this world, that there are many who comply, in terms of the message that we should love our neighbor, that we should do upon others as we wish to have done upon ourselves, to show compassion to everyone around us. And most beings wish to seek happiness that is free from suffering, and acknowledge that we shouldn't, impose suffering on others. So the few that choose to act differently, you have to recognize that they're suffering, that their actions are driven by suffering. So we include those in our prayers tonight as well. But we still need to always check our own motivations for what we do and what we think others should do, whether it's driven by a general sense of compassion for society or whether it comes from an ego point of view, so that we are being heard. I think I saw earlier a message on YouTube for requests for those who have recently passed away. And I'm afraid that I don't have these messages available to me right now. So I do apologize if I don't name individuals. But those of you who have made these requests, rest assured that we will include all those who've passed away today or in recent days and weeks, and those who are about to enter the bardo are being included in our prayers. May they all have swift rebirth and smooth transitions, and may they all have favorable conditions for the rebirth and ideally reach enlightenment. So we take a moment just to take a few breaths. And if we think about Christmas and what it is really meant to be, what the message is given, the message of love and peace in this world. And on that basis, I like to again refer to a beautiful song that I quoted from before by Mercedes Sosa, the late Mercedes Sosa, an Argentinian folk singer, who in a song, Solo le pido a Dios, said, ask only of God that I'm not indifferent to the suffering, that I'm not indifferent to injustice, that I'm not indifferent to war, that I'm not indifferent to deception, that I'm not indifferent about the future. And these are wise words. If we all would just take heed of those, how wonderful life would be if we all would be more considerate. And even those of us who talk about compassion, do we really grasp the concept of compassion? Or are we using these words so freely? How far are we ourselves prepared to go when it comes to compassion? When we see the wrong be done, when it comes to it, how many of us would really step in? When we see suffering on the streets, maybe we consider the homeless and disenfranchised. If we consider refugees who right now walk hundreds and thousands of miles to reach a place of safety. Maybe cross rivers, oceans, and seas in makeshift rafts in adverse conditions. How easy is it to say, oh yeah, the world should be a better place. And we wish for all this to end. But how many of us, when we look at it, also can think, not in my backyard. I want for these people to be free from the suffering. But don't build a center in my street, in my neighborhood, in my town, in my country. That's the responsibility of others. Well, we're prepared to do more. There's often the counter argument for those who are being challenged about their motivations, that they would say, well, then you put them up in your house. That's also not the right way to think. If we all would be more understanding and more considerate, would oppose wars and exploitations, most of them being carried out for resources that keep our economies going, keep consumerism going. And as long as we get what we want, what they make us think we need to lead happy lives, to replace what we have every few months because there's a newer version out there. As long as we go with that, we also support the exploitations of other beings and the hardships of those beings, the destruction of environments. What happened to just being happy? Happy, being happy with ourselves, being happy with our friends and family, being happy to be just in the company of wonderful people. Having the benefit of a functional community. Considering all on the level that we all wish to be free from suffering. If you visualize in the space in front of us our Guru and the aspect of Chenrezig, and those of you with the relevant initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. Anyone joining us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion. And anyone joining us who is uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all mother sentient beings. When we say all, we mean all, including those who have harmed us. And we make this a conscious effort to include those beings. No conditions applied. These include the tyrants of the world, those who harmed us, who seek us who seek to take advantage of us and other sentient beings, because we acknowledge their suffering. We tend to divide the world in three categories: those that we like, these are the beings that we gain to benefit from because they're on our wavelengths and support our thoughts. Those who we disagree with, usually we classify them as our enemies. And then the vast majority that is indifferent to us because we have had no interaction with them, because we neither gain or lose with them. But no matter what category we may put these beings in, like us, they do not wish to suffer. And that is the important message. None of us wants to suffer. And we have to remember that it is through pain that we don't always communicate in the kindest way. That the pain within us changes the way we communicate, the way we think, the way we act. Visualize how light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light being finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings wherever they are, across the 6 realms. Filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. Cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Feel how the light pours into you, giving you a deep cleanse, atom by atom, and the spaces between those atoms. Removing all the burden of past negative karma. Removing all the grime and stains and stenches and tastes. Feel how you can relax and move freely again, breathe again, see again. Reveal your true nature again, the true compassionate nature, compassionate to all. And we also must remember to be compassionate with ourselves. And as we look around, we can see all mother sentient beings enjoying the same benefits. And despite the way they may have appeared to us before in their different forms and shapes and sizes, they're like us, rejoicing in that purifying process, being freed from the suffering, being freed from the pain. And we acknowledge that we have contributed to that pain through the actions of our body, speech, and mind. Having thought about beings in unwholesome ways, having spoken to or about them in unwholesome ways, having treated them in unwholesome ways. And we acknowledge these faults of lifetimes gone by. And we wish to change. We wish to be free from that suffering, and we wish others to be free from that suffering. So make the pledge to engage in wholesome actions, to benefit others in whatever way we can. And we start now, today, now that we are alive. And it won't be easy. And it's easy to say that, well, it's such a big task. I can't change overnight. I can't do this right now. But we can make steps, small steps. Work with what we got. A smile, a good deed, and as we grow, and depending on our resources, we can help more and more. If we're confident enough with smaller actions, we can elaborate on what we can do for others. In the same way, if you're not used to carrying out DIY at home, you start with small things. Hang a picture, maybe paint a wall. Maybe you then extend into hanging wallpaper. You get the message. Before you know it, you might even put a roof on. And the same is true for all the actions that we can do. But we have engaged in unwholesome actions for such a long time. But then we must have done something right, for we've been born in human form. A precious gift. A place in which we can choose to stay with the suffering or escape the suffering. To recognize that it is through helping others that we can free ourselves. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having invited all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru, and the Guru is pleased. And the Guru smiles that so many have answered the call. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more, and revealing more and more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, atom by atom. We begin to glow, being filled with the loving light of pure compassion. We begin to glow and radiate light back to the Guru. We're exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings. And likewise, all mother sentient beings exchange themselves with the Guru and other mother sentient beings. We all become one with the Guru, become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion, one light It shines brighter and brighter the more we purify, and the more purified beings join us. And the brighter we shine, the more we dispel the darkness that comes with negative karma and samsaric existence. And like a beacon, we shine for those who are lost in samsara to find their way out. And like a searchlight, we seek those who aimlessly wander in samsara and confusion, so that we may find them and lead them to the enlightened state. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all other sentient beings, visualizing how we purify more and more, and how we shine brighter and brighter. Remembering that Om represents body, speech, and mind, in both its defiled form that has caused suffering, but also in its purest form, the holy body, speech, and mind of the Guru. But in order to achieve the purified state, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Having acknowledged our faults, having made the promise that from now on we do our utmost to engage in wholesome actions that benefit Mother Sending Beings. And even if we trip up, we will continue to see those moments as a chance to carry on improving ourselves. Having taken refuge in the Guru and recited many mantras whilst exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all Mother Sentient Beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to the pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least the duration of these prayers, so that we may benefit Mother Sentient Beings to the best possible, in the best possible way. May we now call upon the Great Mother Tara to join us and remove any obstacles that may arise as part of our practice or during our practice. May the Great Mother Tara remove any obstacles for those who are sick to be restored to good health. May antidotes be found for all the diseases and pandemics that exist. May all those who have entered the bardo, about to enter the bardo, have smooth transitions and be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who have hardships be given whatever resources are necessary for them to overcome those hardships and to be reinstated in a place of happiness and safety, so that they may take care of themselves and other Mother Sentient Beings. May the Great Mother Tara also remove any obstacles that may hinder the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama. We do one whole mala. We keep on visualizing how the Great Mother Tara removes all the obstacles. Om Taritu Taritu Soha, 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 Om Taritu Soha. Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha. Om Taritu Taritu Soha. Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha. Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha. Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha, Om Taritu Taritu Soha. Okay, visualize now that all obstacles have been removed. May we now call upon the guardians to join us. We're going to recite Vajrayana and Black Manjushri. We go for 21 recitations each, and may through the benefit of and kindness of the guardians, may be protected from harm, from outside influences, and may also be protected from our own misdeeds that may cause harm to others and ourselves. May we cherish the guardians who, despite their appearance of wrathful and ferocious faces and behaviors, have taken it upon themselves to make sure that we are okay and stay true to the path to benefit Mother Sentient Beings. May we embrace them for their kindness and compassion, and not fear them, but respect them for their wonderful deeds. So we start with Vajrayana. Vajapedum Padmaswari Benebisheneganang Tada Savrita Hana Vajana Rakshakshasua. 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 And Black Manjushi, Kala Jakam Shantam Pepe Soa, Omtam Chechu, Dumis, Ningola Jakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Soa, Omtam Chechu, Dumis, Ningola Jakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Soa, Omtam Chechu, Dumis, Ningola Jakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Soa, Omtam Chechu, Ningola Jakala Jakam Shantam Pepe Soa, Omtam Chechu, Okay, so having assembled the team and making sure that we are best prepared, maybe now come to the main part and recite the actual prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. But again, as we wish to liberate all other sentient beings across the 6 realms, may we also start off with another prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, which Thangtong Gyalpo recalled from a previous life when he was the monk Pema Kalpo, and it's the praises to the Sublime Chenrezig. And Thangtong Gyalpo in his previous life recited this prayer for 60 years whilst doing nungness between the ages of 20 and 80. So again, it is a good reminder that we are doing a compassion practice, and again we called upon Chenrezig. I visualized our guru and the aspect of Chenrezig, and so that we dedicate to Chenrezig and make requests to Chenrezig, but also that we remind ourselves of the 6 realms and the way they exist and appear, and other the manifestations of the mind. There are also the key elements in there that we all can recognize in our own actions, and more often than not, we tend to see them in other beings because obviously we tend to be better than others. But if we really look at it, we can see traits in all our own actions, some more so than others. And it's good to remind ourselves of these, and that we are very lucky to be here in human form, one of the 6 realms, because here we have the option and the opportunity, because we have an agreeable level of suffering, so to speak, that allows us to make the necessary decisions to escape suffering if you really want to. In the 3 lower realms, beings are too consumed by their suffering, and then in the realms of the demigods and the gods, there's too much bliss and jealousy of others, that they're too busy to think about suffering in that way, although they might not have the hardships of the lower realms. I pray to you, Lama Chenrezig. I pray to you, Yidam Chenrezig. I pray to you, most sublime Chenrezig. I pray to you, great refuge and protector Chenrezig. To you I pray, loving protector Chenrezig. Please hold us with your compassion and compassionate Buddha for all beings who have been wandering countless numbers of times in endless samsara, or to endure unbearable torments. There is no other refuge than you, great protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of hatred, one is born in the hells. May all beings who endure the tortures of heat and cold be reborn in your presence, great symbol of perfection. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of avarice, one is born in the realms of craving spirits. May all beings who endure the tortures of starvation and thirst be reborn in your presence in the perfect pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of ignorance, one is born as an animal. May all beings afflicted by the sufferings of stupidity and dullness of the mind be reborn in your presence, O Protector. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of desire, one is born in the realm of men. May all beings who endure the pains due to excessive activity and constant frustration be reborn in the perfect pure land of devotion. Throughout the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of jealousy, one is born in the realm of the jealous demigods. May all beings who endure the pains of fighting and quarreling be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Through the power of bad actions accumulated since beginningless time under the influence of pride, one is born in the realm of the gods. May all beings who undergo the suffering of transmigration and fall be reborn in the pure land of the Potala. Throughout all my existence, may I, by deeds like those of Chenrezig, also liberate beings in impure places and spread the supreme sound of the six-syllable mantra throughout the 10 directions. By the power of those praying to you, most sublime one, may all beings I will have to train pay the greatest attention to karma, strive to act virtuously, and practice Dharma for the sake of all beings. Okay, so we have now reminded ourselves of the 6 realms and the sufferings within. And again, we recite now the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We have time for 3 recitations. So we recite now the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer for the benefit of all mother sending beings across the 6th realm. And through recitation, 1 recitation for the suffering of the body, 1 for the suffering of the speech, and 1 of the suffering of the mind as they exist within those realms. And we think of all beings as we wish them all to be enlightened. We can visualize them in human form. And again, may the suffering, may those who are sick be restored to good health. May those who are entering the Bardo have entered the Bardo reborn under favorable conditions. And may all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are necessary to overcome those hardships. May we particularly consider those who are affected right now with COVID and not just the physical and mental effects of COVID, but also the difficulties that come with it, with job insecurities and lockdowns and not knowing how and what and why and when, particularly over this festive season, where financial pressures may be put upon them. And of course, that then can trigger mental health issues in terms of feeling self-worth, reduction in self-worth, being unable to support the family. So may we particularly think of those, maybe also particularly think of those who are now alone over these festive days. And, may they all, in the end, find joy and happiness and long life and be freed from all their suffering. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names deaf beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, in the sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm sadly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May we remind ourselves again on that last verse, may by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels. So that was the references we have taken in the Guru, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. By the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians. So we invited Tara and the guardians along. And by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, acknowledging that unwholesome actions lead to negative karma, and wholesome actions bring obviously more positive results. So we have to consider the actions of our body, speech, and mind, and by transforming all these, may we continue to be of benefit. And even these prayers, may we do that with the purest of hearts, to wish all mother sentient beings to be freed from that suffering. So we recite for the final time, really from the bottom of your heart, that all those who are sick be restored to good health, those who have entered the bardo, about to enter the bardo, have swift transitions and be reborn under favourable conditions. May all those who suffer hardships give whatever resources they need to overcome those hardships and be reinstated to a place of happiness that is free from all suffering. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of ground spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names therefore beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we have dedications. Okay. Okay, we're dedicating for the sick. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exceptions, of transmigrated beings never occur again. Okay. Like earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and wood in the forest, may always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like, without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, and may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely seeing, hearing, thinking, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, or may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in the world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of an enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kawe Jinkanti, Pendang Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shape Site Badu Thank you Hochi. Tupzul Shang Xing Yam Gun Gilwe Tenzing Gun Pelwe Kunzo Do Po Tse Chok Sum Kewe Lek Mun Tu Dru. Padak Sok Dul Jegun Du Shap Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in the session. So this concludes my part. May I say a big thank you to each and every one of the wonderful leads who have given their time so freely for the past 74 weekends. To all the wonderful people in the background, like the tech team at Chenrezig Institute, all the wonderful people in the office, those who even made the teas for those who do all the back office work to ensure that we can do what we do here on YouTube and Zoom when you join us. Thank you very much for all your wonderful hard work. Thank you very much to each and everyone who's joined us over the 74 weeks on such a regular basis, supporting the leads, and who has sent in messages of support and requests for prayers. Thank you very much. May you all have a wonderful Christmas, and think about those in your neighborhood, people you are aware of who are alone. Maybe, knock at the door, make sure they're okay, and enjoy the festivities. And if somebody is not necessarily in the mood for festivity, don't think of them as party poopers. Consider that they maybe have heavy thoughts bearing down on them, and maybe you can lend them an ear or keep an eye on them. Don't suffer in silence out there. Don't make any permanent decision on temporary problems. A prayerathon, you're always welcome, and if that gives you that little break from the turbulences of daily life. So thank you very much. Have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas in whatever way you possibly can, given your circumstances. And this is the last prayerathon for 2021. This weekend is. We still have a few hours to go. But so our next one will be 1st of January, which will be our 75th. Thank you very much for all your dedications and time. And without further ado, I hand over to dear Venerable Tenzin. You see, I combined the two.
Yeah.
How
Good
are
morning,
you?
Damshala.
Good
How are
morning.
you, brother? Yeah?
Lovely to see you.
You are keeping the eyes open.
Yes, I'm keeping my eyes open. You know, just
right.
about. No. Lovely to have you.
Nice to see you.
Yes. So I hope you're having a nice Christmas where you are, in whatever form or shape that might take place.
Yeah. It's kind of a Christmas scene outside with the snow.
Oh,
So,
wonderful. Oh, you got snow. Rub it in.
And maybe what's Celsius? The forecast said -29 next week.
Sorry,
So,
remind me where you are.
well, Washington State is just a little
You
bit.
get -29. Oh,
Apparently,
crikey.
yeah.
Fair enough.
Keep the windows closed during that
Yeah.
week, I think.
And then, of course, they have ice buckets in Australia, eh? to keep the drink cool at Christmas. What a contrast. Venerable Tenzin, lovely to see you.
Nice to
Have a
see you.
wonderful session, and I see you hopefully next year.
That's it.
All right.
Yep. Stay
Be
well.
good. You too. Bye-bye.
So thank you very much, Damchala. And so after the delightful session, the blessings from reciting the prayers, and the dedications with the positive intention from the session with Venerable Damchala. So just, if we're continuing on, letting the blessings, the inspiration just kind of settle in our body and mind. And if we're joining this session, then also taking a moment to allow our body, our mind to settle. Perhaps letting go intentionally of whatever it was that we were doing before the session. And also letting go, giving ourselves freedom to let go of feeling a need to think about anything that we might have in front of us in time, later on, another day, another time, another place. Just clearly setting our intention that for this time, however long we have to join this session, that we create the space to be fully present, and that we notice when the mind wants to move away to another time, another place, to follow the thoughts that quite naturally arise in the mind. And so we can help this process by really clearly setting our intention that when those thoughts arise, when the mind is tugged in a different direction, to pay attention and to see the thoughts just as the thoughts that they are. Not a reason to move away, no matter how believable, how much they present themselves as facts. So in this sense, giving ourselves a little holiday from the habitual movement of the mind. And so, as we turn our mind in this space towards the practice, to recite the prayers, Thangtong Gyalpo, to recite the mantra of Chenrezig Institute, and that we do all of this to offer some benefit, some positive energy, some healing to the world around us that is in many ways suffering. And even though this experience in the world with the pandemic goes on now for some time, still the pervasiveness, the global experience of the suffering, the difficulties is quite remarkable, quite unusual. And perhaps even more so at a time such as Christmas, when we can feel the pressure, the perhaps a sense that we should be joyful, or happy, or with our loved ones, that we want to be. And perhaps it's not possible, or it's limited or restricted in some way due to ill health, or perhaps even death, or travel limitation, or financial, or just wanting to be safe. So to help bring the most benefit during this time, during whatever time we have for practicing virtue, prayers, meditation, we want to enhance our activities to offer the most benefit. And so we can think over the various ingredients to help us develop a firm foundation and a focus. So settling the body and the mind and placing our awareness in the present moment and setting our intention to be aware, vigilant of where the mind is focused, and mindful of what we are choosing, what we want to focus our mind on. And on this foundation, then we can develop, essentially to develop a very warm heart. And so we can reflect on some thoughts to help tend to this fire of love and compassion, to bring some extra warmth to this open-hearted experience. So we can think initially of those around us, in our family, our friends, our community, our country, whoever we are aware of that is suffering particularly right now due to the pandemic. Maybe those that have already died. Or are perhaps close to death. Or those that are sick, perhaps needing to be in hospital for treatment. Or those that are more at risk, even though they don't have the virus at the moment, but perhaps in a higher risk category. So limiting their activities and perhaps fearful of the risk of contracting the virus. And then we can also think of medical staff, clinics, hospitals. In some areas of the world, the resources are stretched so thin right now. And that means that the medical teams are working and facing such difficult situation to take care day after day of so many, a volume of patients that is unprecedented. And then we can think perhaps also of probably within our own communities, and not too far from home, we can think of those whose livelihoods, whose lives, whose families and whose livelihoods have been affected, continue to be by the limitation, the restrictions, and also the unknown of how long this will continue for, and the difficulty to plan. So the fear and anxiety, not knowing, the uncertainty. And then also we can bring to mind those who, because of holding different views and perhaps not understanding or disagreeing with the information that's being provided, with the expert medical, scientific data and information being offered to us, and the decisions from leadership of how best to handle the conflict that is arising in some people's minds as they find themselves in disagreement, and the distress that that causes in their minds, and perhaps even the harmful actions that they may then engage in, hurting themselves, hurting others. So when we bring to mind how all these different ways in which people are experiencing difficulty, physical, mental, emotional, financial, and so many people around the planet. So how wonderful that we have this time and interest and practices to be able to do something, a very practical way to offer some help in the world. So by generating this warm-hearted motivation, and the masters of the past have shared their own experience of how to develop this love and compassion, to strengthen it, to deepen it, to expand this mind wishing to help. And sometimes we can think of it in terms of two main ingredients. One is to think of the difficulty and situation that others are facing, that they would like very much to be different. So we can develop this mind of empathy that can relate to the experience they're having. And to think how wonderful it would be if they were free from these various difficulties that they're experiencing. And the second ingredient is to feel a sense of closeness, a sense perhaps even of some responsibility in the form of altruism, whether these are my dear loved family members or friends who I feel close to and who have helped me in the past, or whether they're people that I don't yet know, whether they live in my country, or whether they live in a country that I haven't been to. Or even if they are people who I disagree with, or perhaps feel some sense of conflict in the past at any time. A way that we can connect and develop this more altruistic state of mind is to consider how, despite these apparent differences, that at a deeper level, as well as these differences that we can identify, that there's a much deeper sense of connection. For example, we're all members of the same human family. Whether we know each other, whether we like each other, that doesn't change. Another way to connect, to enhance this empathy and altruism, is to consider how just like me, all these other beings, all these others, they only want to be happy. And they don't want even the slightest suffering. So whether they are a friend, a stranger, or someone that I might even label enemy, this similarity, this is something that we share. No matter who it is, there's nothing that we can do. There's no way that we can look or experience another human that changes this innate truth that all beings just want to be happy, just like me, and don't want any kind of difficulty. So we're all members of the same human family. We all want to be happy and not suffer. And another way we can connect with all living beings, all these humans that are suffering, is to think that every and any happiness that I experience is only thanks to, due to the kindness of others. So even if I perhaps identify something of mine that I work for, that I enjoy, when we think a little bit more deeply, we see the very apparent way that we're interconnected with others. So no matter how we view others in the world, we have these three ways of being very connected, very deeply. And thinking over how deeply connected we are with others, and thinking how they are suffering right now. These are two ways that we can enhance or deepen, to expand and enhance our warm-hearted empathy, compassion, love, and a sense of altruism that right now I'm going to do whatever I can to help. What I can do is to recite these prayers and mantras and dedicate this positive activity for the benefit of all these beings. And on the basis of this love and compassion, we can think over to deepen this sense of altruism, to think that not only how wonderful it would be if this temporary suffering was reduced and eliminated for all these beings in the world right now. We can think that they're suffering also at a deeper level. Even before the pandemic, there's a level of suffering. And even after the pandemic ends, there will continue to be a level of suffering that many beings aren't even aware of. But due to a very deep level of confusion in the mind that arises into our experience of believing that we're independent, separate from others, that there's a me and a you, that there's a mine and a yours. And then we grasp at this belief in difference and in a wish to protect me and mine, we engage in all sorts of actions that only cause suffering to others and ourselves. And through study, reflection, meditation, and practice, we can come to recognize the confusion that is at the root of this cycle. We can come to see that this sense of separate self is completely made up. The sense of a self that's completely independent. And through training our minds and our hearts in this understanding of interdependence, we can strengthen even further through logic and reasoning our altruistic intention, outlook, and behavior. So as well as we're doing practice this evening to help relieve the suffering in the world right now, the temporary suffering due to the pandemic, we can also expand our intention to develop our own minds, to understand this sense of interdependence. And so as we say these prayers, we can think that I, others, and the prayers themselves are not existing separately or independent. And so we can train our minds in the wisdom that understands dependent arising, at the same time that we are developing and deepening our love and compassion. And we can further deepen the sense of altruism to think what would be the most helpful thing, the best thing that we could do to bring the most benefit to living beings. And then we can consider that if we were able to practice this love and compassion and wisdom to their full extent, to completely purify the mind, to remove all the obscurations that prevent us being able to see and care, to see clearly and to care deeply, that if we continue to develop, deepen these practices, then we can achieve the fully enlightened state of a Buddha, and a fully awakened being. With the mind, all the qualities developed and all the limitations removed from the mind. and that in this state we'd be able to bring the most benefit to others and help them to purify their own minds by explaining the path and working for sentient beings. So if we set this intention at the beginning that through these practices and prayers, through deepening our love and compassion and deepening our sense of understanding of the interdependent nature, that we do so in order to bring benefit right now, and also in order to purify one's own mind, that we may become, no matter how long it takes, fully awakened, only so that we can bring the most benefit to others. So with our mind focused on this intention, its highest of motivations, we have the most reliable foundation for the practice this evening. So then we'll go ahead and recite the foundation of all the qualities together. So with this motivation, we're visualizing the space in front of us, that all the wisdom and love and compassion energy of the Buddhas manifests as completely filling the space in front of us, full of clean, clear light, radiating out. And this light, wisdom energy, then takes the shape, takes the form of the Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, who is white in color, has a youthful, smiling face, radiating love, compassion, wisdom. And then on our left side is our mother of this life. And on our right side, our father of this life. And behind us and around are all our loved ones, friends and family. And then in the seat we've saved specially in front of us, for we're going to invite to join us in this practice, someone that we might have some difficulty with at the moment. And then all around us, all living beings, as far as the mind can see. And we're going to lead all these living beings in the prayers together. And we're going to start by reciting the foundation of all the qualities with all living beings. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, it is extremely difficult to find again and is greatly meaningful, Please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. This body and life are changing like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. When I have found definite conviction in this, please bless me always to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings and in accomplishing all virtuous deeds. When I've recognized the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, that there is no satisfaction in enjoying them, they are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. Through my being led by this pure thought, with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows, the root of the teachings, my essential practice. Just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother transmigratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta, which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. Even if I develop only bodhicitta, without familiarizing myself with the three types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vows of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. By my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyze the meaning of reality, please bless me to generate quickly within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. When I become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to enter immediately the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I have gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them even at the cost of my life. Then when I have realized exactly the vital points of the two stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and am enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions with effort, without being distracted by non-meditational objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the path, the noble path, and the spiritual practitioners who correctly accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So now with the motivation or intention clarified even more, it's in line with the foundation of all the qualities and with all living beings around us, and with Chenrezig in front. Guru Chenrezig, we can think in aspect. Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, white in color, and in nature. A teacher that we feel our heart connection with. And so, and together with all living beings, particularly bringing to mind those that we feel a closer connection with, who are suffering, we'd like to particularly dedicate for those that we can specifically bring to mind, Recite the motivation refuge 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Guru, the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So as we reflect on this refuge verse, to bring this mind of refuge from the words, bring the words into our hearts as an experience as best we can. We can think over how ourselves and all living beings are experiencing many difficulties. Particularly these habitual tendencies, the tendency of the mind to generate afflictions, negative emotions, repetitive, critical thoughts about ourselves, about others, that result in sadness, anxiety, fear, jealousy, pride, anger, that are not enjoyable, or even a moment disturb the very peace of the mind. And often result, for many of us, in a mind that feels like it's always moving and often quite agitated. And never seems to stop. And so how amazing that we've come into contact at this time. We have faith, we have interest, we're open, we have understanding. We've come into contact with an explanation, with many explanations of different ways that we can learn to train our minds to subdue, to let go of tendencies that perpetuate difficulty in our lives, and to learn techniques to bring peace of mind and enable us to engage in the world with more positive actions. And so we can think how amazing that we've come into contact with the explanation, the path that's been revealed by the enlightened beings, by Buddha, that reveal very skillfully many different approaches to pacifying the mind from these negative tendencies. And not just temporarily, but that we have techniques explained to us to completely pacify the mind, to liberate us from these habitual cycles. And the Buddha the enlightened beings taught many different approaches and techniques for accomplishing this liberation, this peace of mind. And that's the teachings of the Dharma that remain with us in texts, but not only in texts, also in the form of realizations of living beings, our teachers who have actualized the teachings. And so the Dharma exists both in texts that we can read and study, but also in the minds of enlightened teachers who have actualized the path, and so who can reveal to us the path according to our needs. And we also have the fortune to meet with a spiritual community, the Sangha, who can support us as we engage in the path. So we have this incredible fortune to meet with the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, and to be able to take refuge and deepen this connection, to strengthen this connection. So this is taking refuge in an outer way. We can also think and reflect on how we can take refuge in an inner way, which is to think of our own potential for awakening, our own potential, the potential that exists within our minds right now to become Buddha, fully enlightened. Our mind, the potential, and the potential that existed in the minds of, that exists right now in the minds of all living beings, and existed in the mind of all the enlightened beings at one point. No different. It's incredibly inspiring to think of what is, in some ways, the potential that exists right now, that through developing training in the techniques, we can purify this potential and bring about all the qualities of the enlightened mind within one's own mind. And we can take refuge in the inner Dharma, which is the cessation of all the negative thoughts, emotions, all the confusion, that when they're ceased, the mind is liberated. And we can also take refuge in the inner Sangha, that we may ourselves become perfect guides, spiritual friends, supportive community to others. And as the last line of the verse, of the 4 verses, the 4 lines, we take refuge in the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Because this pure nature of our mind is an empty clarity that is only temporarily covered over. That's exactly how we can bring about this positive change. As dark and confused as our mind can seem sometimes, or as agitated and unhappy, or excited, nervous, this is all temporary, like clouds moving across the sky. And that when these temporary conditions are removed, the nature of the mind, like the blue sky, it naturally appears. So again, by taking refuge in this potential, this empty clarity of our own lines of Dharmakaya, we can strengthen, deepen our focus, our intention, our love, compassion, and wisdom, so that as we then recite the mantra of Chenrezig, we can visualize that the light of compassion and wisdom from Chenrezig in the space in front, Guru Chenrezig, radiates out towards ourselves, our family, our friends, our loved ones, anyone that's suffering that we can think of in particular, the person in front of us that we might have some conflict with at the moment, and all living beings all over the world and as in all realms of existence. With this light of wisdom and compassion, enlightened energy radiates out and enters the bodies and purifies the mind of any unhappiness and the bodies of any sickness. So this healing light, energy, and nectar enters the body and mind. Is a very pleasant experience and brings a healing, a very deep healing to any mental and physical suffering. Mm. 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 So then we can invite Guru Chenrezig to absorb into ourselves and all living beings around us, to remain in our hearts, to inspire our minds towards love and compassion and wisdom, to be able to lead our lives, to bring the most benefit to others. And Guru Chenrezig is most happy to do this and comes to sit on the crown of the head of ourselves and all living beings, and then dissolves into light. And the light dissolves into us, and all living beings. And we feel completely filled with the love and compassion, enlightened wisdom energy. Our minds completely inspired to live in accord with our altruistic motivation to bring the most benefit to living beings in every moment of the day. And we think how wonderful that all living beings have been inspired, have been touched in this way. And then to seal this meditation, we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo 3 times together. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are in the world due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. The final time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, taking a moment to rejoice in the fact that we had this opportunity to spend time developing an altruistic motivation, and then engaging in various prayers and mantra recitation, visualization, and we can offer this to the world. We can collect all this positive action, this virtue, together with all of our positive actions from the past and all our actions in the future, and all the virtue created by all the enlightened beings and all sentient beings right now. And we can dedicate all of this, direct all this, that may the precious mind of enlightenment, bodhicitta, that is not yet born arise. May that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the wisdom, understanding, emptiness that is not yet born arise. And may that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all our gurus, all our teachers in the world. May their lives be long, healthy, stable. May they remain and continue to guide us until samsara ends. And may all their projects and plans for bringing about benefit in the world come about without a second's delay. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute that also helps arrange all of this. So amazing work and dedication for so many weeks. There we go. Venerable, nice to see you again.
Yes, nice to see you as well. How are you?
I'm okay. How's the sinus?
Still a little nagging, lingering something, but you know, it's a lot better than before. So
okay. All right.
Yeah,
I'm glad to hear it.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
all right.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Okay, so hello and welcome to everyone. Thanks for joining these ongoing Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer sessions. As many of you know, the global Sangha community, especially the monks and nuns of the IMI, have been doing these now for probably, more than 70 weeks. I'm not sure the exact count. But in any case, we were asked or advised by Lama Zopa Rinpoche to do this most blessed practice composed by the great Tibetan Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. And Rinpoche has suggested that these be done on a weekly basis until the pandemic is over. So as many of you know, then unfortunately, many parts of the world are now experiencing another wave, driven largely in part by the Omicron variant. So unfortunately, now as many families are getting together for the holiday season, then the virus is still wreaking havoc in many parts of the world. And unfortunately, those places that haven't yet seen the Omicron spread, it seems inevitable that maybe in a few weeks or a month or so that this virus is bound to spread again. So in any case, I hope all of you are staying safe with the guidelines set out by the medical authorities. And then thank you all for joining this practice. So as it says in the prayer, may all the various diseases that arise due to, sentient beings' negative karma and the immediate conditions. So what that means is, yes, there is the immediate condition of the virus, spreading in the world, but the more kind of root cause is the negative karma that the beings in this world have created. So as long as, the negative karmic imprints exist within our mental continuum, then we're bound to experience one kind of suffering sooner or later. So now at the beginning of our session, when we adjust our motivation, yes, we think that, yes, we're going to do this practice to help quell the effects of the pandemic. But more generally speaking, we should recall our mind of great compassion for sentient beings and this wish that sentient beings be free from all of their various types of suffering. So the suffering of illness being just one of the many forms of suffering that sentient beings experience when they're in samsara. So many of you who have studied before, then you'll know that this samsara, or cyclic existence, is this uncontrolled process of rebirth due to our karma and afflictions. So as long as we have not abandoned the causes for samsara, the karma and afflictions, then we're bound to cycle endlessly within samsara. And as long as we're in that situation, then we're bound to experience one kind of suffering event, or experience or another. So now, as we have in the four immeasurables, we say, may all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. So in order to be free, truly free from suffering, we need to be rid of the causes of suffering. And then of those causes of the karma and delusions, actually the primary one is the delusions, the afflictive emotions, the klesha or nomo. Yeah. And in order to be free of these afflictive emotions, we need to be free of the root cause of all the emotions, negative emotions, which is this ignorant mind that grasps on to a distorted view of reality, that grasps on or believes in the inherent existence of all phenomena. So if we want others to be free from that, then the only way is to cultivate the direct antidote to this ignorant mind, which is the wisdom that realizes the ultimate nature of reality, or emptiness. And so if we now want to help sentient beings be free from their suffering, we actually have to help them generate this wisdom, realizing the ultimate nature of reality within their own mental continua. And in order to do that, then we must, work on and develop our skills and ability to teach, to guide, to lead sentient beings, to generate this wisdom within their own mind streams. And in order to do that, then we must actualize our highest potential as living beings, which is the state of enlightenment, the state that is characterized by the complete abandonment of all faults of the mind, along with their imprints, as well as the complete development of all good qualities of the mind. Then and only then will we have the skills and ability to lead sentient beings from the oceans of samsaric suffering to the state of enlightenment. And so this attainment of the state of enlightenment is not without causes and conditions. And so now we're going to do this practice in order that we can generate those causes for attaining enlightenment within our own mental continuum. Those causes are to purify our minds of all the imprints and obscurations, as well as to develop or accumulate the vast accumulations of merit and transcendental wisdom. So those of you who are students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche should take a lot of joy in the fact that, now that we're doing this practice, which is coming from the direct instructions and advice from Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then this practice then becomes the most powerful in terms of purification and accumulation of merit. So with all that in mind, then we have set our motivation. And then to kind of just cement the fact that we're doing this for all sentient beings, then at the beginning of the practice, we can visualize all sentient beings in the space around us. And we can think that as we do the practice, we are leading them in the practice. So they are going to, recite along with us, chant along with us, meditate along with us. And that sets up a very auspicious dependent arising that in the future, sentient beings will become enlightened with us. And then we also can visualize in the space in front of us our guru in this aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. And we can think that our guru has come to this place to help lead us, to help guide us to the state of enlightenment. And then I will do the screen share. And then here at the beginning of the practice, we have this, motivation, which is actually the, a type of going for refuge. And there, what we need to do is then recall the qualities of the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And then this practice of going for refuge is the practice of sort of recommitting ourselves to train and transform our minds in accordance with the Dharma, which is what the Buddha and the other Sangha members are, teaching and also helping us, accomplish. So with all that in mind, then we can recite this motivation verse. And again, thinking that the sentient beings that we're visualizing around us are also reciting this with us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And now we will recite the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. So those of you who have received the initiation in the past, you can generate yourself as a deity, first by purifying all the impure appearances into emptiness. So recalling that for us sentient beings, then every one of our sense consciousnesses is affected by the imprints of grasping to true existence. And therefore things appear in a mistaken manner. They appear as if they were inherently existent. They appear as if they exist from their own side. But as is stated, and some of you know from the emptiness teachings, that this is a false appearance. So actually no phenomena has even one atom of inherent existence. Phenomena don't exist in that way at all. And therefore, since the appearance and the reality are not the same, since it's illusory, then you'll see in the teachings these analogies of phenomena being like a dream, like a mirage, like an illusion. So then recalling this ultimate nature of all phenomena means that they lack inherent existence. And then your mind, realizing this ultimate nature of all phenomena, then arises as the deity of Avalokiteshvara. Those of you without a initiation, then you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. So whichever you do now, when we recite the mantra, you can visualize that at the heart of Avalokiteshvara is a lotus. On top of that is a moon disk. On top of that is the syllable free. Surrounding that is this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Then, as we recite the mantra, from the seed syllable and the letters of the mantra, numerous light rays radiate out in the 10 directions. These light rays then strike sentient beings, and it purifies sentient beings of all their sicknesses, all of their negative karma, all of their obscurations, the liberation and enlightenment. And then by the time we are done with the mantra recitation, all sentient beings will be enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. So with that visualization in mind, then we'll recite the mantra, chanting a bit melodiously for several rounds, and then we will go to a more silent recitation so we can recite more mantras, more quickly. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme mani beme, om 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 mani beme. Om mani beme, 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 om mani beme. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani. Om mani padme, 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 om mani. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, 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 om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. Om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme, om mani padme. So now rest in the awareness that due to having recited the mantra and the purifying light rays from Avalokiteshvara's heart, then now all sentient beings are completely purified of all their negative karma, all their obscurations, including all the various sicknesses that sentient beings are experiencing, and all the obscurations of liberation and enlightenment, and have now attained the state of enlightenment in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, so now we'll continue with the actual prayer. We'll recite this over and over again until the end of the session. So again, remembering the sentient beings that we're visualizing in the space around us, think that they are, continuing to recite with us as well. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from common temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that set on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat on the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied being unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances, the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, and so now we will switch to more general dedication prayers. So first, to actualize bodhicitta. So please dedicate like this. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may bodhicitta be generated in the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers in FPMT organization, may be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May be generated in my heart and the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has already been generated increase. Next, for the long lives of our spiritual friends. First, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, incomparably kind, the Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunatha's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, savoring myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Then to seal our dedication with the understanding of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Then these next 2 verses from the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best, but all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. And for the flourishing of Lama Tsongkhapa's teachings, for the Dharma King Tsongkhapa's way of Dharma to flourish, may all signs of obstacles be pacified and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the 2 types of merit of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one, Losang Drakpa, shine resplendent forever. And now we can also dedicate all the merits accumulated over the 3 times by ourselves, as well as all the merits accumulated by the numberless sentient beings and numberless Buddhas, for all those in the world, in the universe, who are currently sick. So all of those sentient beings who are currently sick, may they quickly be freed from all the ailments, and whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. And then we can also dedicate all this merit for all the beings who have recently died, all the beings who are in the bardo, may they be born in a pure land of the Buddha, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at the very least, may they again attain a perfect human rebirth, meet with a Mahayana Dharma, meet with a Mahayana virtuous friend, and attain enlightenment in their very next lifetime. And then we can also dedicate more generally, due to all this merit, may all the various problems in the world, all the problems due to the various diseases, as well as environmental problems, natural disaster, famine, and so forth, war. May all of these various sufferings instantly be pacified in this and all the other world systems in the whole universe. And sentient beings, through having generated the mind of bodhicitta, may they live in harmony and benefit each other, and not cause even the slightest harm to another sentient being. So thank you very much. And now I think we have Venerable Lucia.
Buongiorno.
Oh, buongiorno.
Morning.
Good morning.
Buongiorno.
Okay,
Buon Natale. Good Navidad. And
Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, yes.
Which part? Where you live?
I'm in India. I'm in India at Sera J.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, Sarah. Oh.
Yes.
Wow, incredible. Ooh, so far.
Yes, yes.
Ciao.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Okay, ciao. Thank
Ciao.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank
Okay.
you. Ciao. Ciao.
Grazie mille. Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Grazie mille.
Okay.
Bravo.
Okay. Arrivederci.
Arrivederci. Buona giornata. Buongiorno. Buongiorno Irene. Mi dispiace, vi ho fatto alzare presto questa mattina. Sono stata un po' avventata nell'orario. Comunque alzarsi presto la mattina così è anche molto, molto bello. Non per tutti. Buon Natale. Buon Natale. Ciao Irene. Bacio, forse ci sei solo tu in linea? Vabbè, non importa. Oggi è questo giorno un po' speciale del Natale, è molto importante perché tutto il mondo dei cristiani, noi siamo nati anche in Italia, quindi facciamo parte di questa, diciamo, abbiamo questo lignaggio nel nostro DNA perché siamo nati in Italia, siamo nati in questo, abbiamo assorbito tutto quello che era diciamo, la nostra la parte diciamo religiosa del cristianesimo. La simbologia del cristianesimo è molto importante ricordarlo, che Gesù rappresenta proprio la nostra nascita spirituale, no? Quando noi diciamo dal buio diciamo della nostra ignoranza usciamo, riusciamo ad emergere questo e vogliamo veramente avere un contatto con la nostra parte spirituale, quindi noi quando riconosciamo che noi siamo degli esseri spirituali e contattiamo questa parte spirituale, ecco che la luce, il bambino, no? Bambino che nasce, il bambino è la rappresentazione della nostra mente, diciamo, riconosciuta come una mente di luce, di amore, di speranza, un amore come salvezza, come pace, come gioia, no? Ecco il Natale è qualcosa che nasce nella nostra calotta cranica, no? Nel nostro cuore. Quindi si può trovare proprio un trait d'union con tutte le altre forme di pensiero. E quindi è molto interessante anche il presepe, no? È molto molto bello trovare la non dualità, no? Fra il maschile e il femminile, no? Il padre e la madre, e questo ha una simbologia molto importante. E quindi vabbè, adesso noi questa mattina, proprio perché è Natale, generiamo dentro di noi il pensiero, no? Che è da un tempo senza inizio che viaggiamo, diciamo, siamo cosmici, no? Quindi è da un tempo senza inizio che abbiamo appunto questa parte nascosta, no? La nostra parte divina, e quello che stiamo cercando in questa vita è contattarla, e c'è questa, diciamo, questa ombra, questa ignoranza che ci impedisce, no? Che ci fa da scudo per filtrare dentro questa luce, no? E quindi pensiamo che tutti gli esseri, è Natale nel cuore di tutti gli esseri. Se noi consideriamo che tutti gli esseri hanno questa natura, allora possiamo vederli tutti quanti, chiunque incontriamo, scorgiamo come degli esseri divini. E questo è il Natale, no? Il Natale, riconoscere il divino dentro ciascuna forma di vita, dentro di noi, dentro tutti gli esseri, anche gli animali, no? Che noi pensiamo sono animali, ma è una frazione di secondo la vita, no? Anche loro cambiano, si trasformano e diventano qualcosa d'altro. E quindi quanto è importante riconoscere, rispettare, no? Chiunque incontriamo. Ed è proprio su questa base che noi dovremo appunto vivere il Natale, che poi il Natale è tutti i giorni, no? Perché se noi non coltiviamo questo, la nascita, no? Quindi la preziosa rinascita umana, ricordarsi che noi, la nostra vita è impermanente e che quindi ogni giorno abbiamo la nascita del bambino, no? Il bambino è proprio la nostra luce interiore. E quindi a volte la nebbia dell'ignoranza ci copre tanto che diventiamo pigri. E quindi ecco, questo è motivo anche di comprensione verso gli altri, no? Perché a volte noi giudichiamo gli altri, quello è pigro, quello è così, no? Però veramente c'è tanta fatica, gli esseri fanno tanta fatica a contattare questa parte. E quindi siamo, perché anche io faccio tanta fatica, no? Quindi devo veramente azionare un motore quotidiano di una manovella, come dico io, devo azionare. Perché non sempre, no, si accende questa luce. Va bene, adesso allora pensando così, pensando che ci sono invece degli esseri meravigliosi, come Gesù, come Krishna, come tutti i Buddha, gli esseri, Maometto, Allah, no? Hanno generato con grande coraggio, sono andati veramente in profondità. Ecco, anche noi vogliamo fare questo e non vogliamo fare questo per noi, no? Solo per noi, perché però lo dobbiamo fare per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri, perché tutti gli esseri desiderano le stesse cose come noi, desiderano essere liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle cause della sofferenza. Quindi adesso ci pigliamo qualche minuto, così pensiamo alla nostra motivazione, pensiamo al nostro maestro che è davanti a noi e è testimone, e che intorno a noi, vicino a noi c'è nostro padre, nostra madre, i nostri parenti, e pensiamo che noi questa pratica la facciamo per tutti loro, amici, nemici. Cerchiamo di far sorgere questo sentimento equanime, che tutti hanno il divino nel loro cuore e tutti vogliono la felicità e non soffrire. Adesso focalizziamoci, l'umanità è intorno a noi e noi abbiamo il nostro maestro davanti a noi. di adesso chiediamo l'unità al nostro maestro in venire sulla sommità della nostra testa e pensiamo che il nostro maestro va con i suoi raggi sulla testa di tutti gli esseri e pensiamo che diventa molto piccolo come una sfera di luce bianca come un uovo e piano piano entra dentro di noi e entra dentro tutti gli esseri questa luce che è la sua realizzazione, l'unione con tutti gli esseri. Immaginiamo entra nel chakra della nostra testa, illumina completamente il chakra della nostra testa, il nostro corpo sottile, mentale, poi viene giù il chakra della gola, immaginiamo che dalla gola i raggi di luce vanno su tutte le braccia, sulle mani, quindi la luce va verso il cuore. Nel chakra del cuore c'è la luce del nostro maestro, si unisce alla nostra mente e quindi il nostro corpo mentale diciamo che da questa luce nel cuore tutto il nostro corpo mentale, quindi tutto il nostro corpo viene pervaso dalla luce. E quindi con un sentimento di gentilezza, tenerezza, comprensione profonda di come tutti gli esseri hanno gli stessi bisogni nostri. Adesso facciamo emergere dal nostro cuore questa luce che si è unita al cuore del nostro maestro. Facciamo emergere pensando che va a sanare, a toccare il cuore di tutti gli infiniti esseri universali. Diciamo, la nostra coscienza si espande con la luce e tocca tutti gli ambienti, tutti i luoghi dove vivono gli esseri senzienti. E così è una maniera questa per sentirci inseparabili da loro. Facciamo anche il mangiamento, facciamo questa visualizzazione se abbiamo qualche persona che sappiamo sta particolarmente male, ci focalizziamo e in particolare. E quindi recitiamo anche il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, che ha un grande potere questo mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Sentiamo con il nostro cuore c'è questa bellissima luce, come una fiammella di luce calda, luminosa e calda, che ha questo grande potere di emanare raggi di luce Quindi adesso pensiamo, rifacciamo riassorbire i raggi di luce nel nostro cuore. Pensiamo, incredibile, ci sono questi maestri spirituali che hanno dato la loro vita per gli altri, per liberare gli altri dalla loro sofferenza. Cioè questo è il grande potere, no? Dell'amore, della compassione, che non tollera la sofferenza, vedere la sofferenza degli altri. Quindi noi abbiamo questo grande potere all'interno di noi, la nostra mente ha queste qualità, ha queste potenzialità. E quindi rallegriamoci di questo, perché è proprio un riconoscimento importante, il potere che ha la nostra natura divina di esercitare, di incrementare momento per momento, giorno dopo giorno, questo potere di universalità, meno egocentrica, più spostata verso gli altri, e riconoscendo la stessa natura, che siamo della stessa natura. Ora leggiamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo, che è una manifestazione, la leggiamo insieme. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che sono risultato del karma e delle condizioni temporanee, come pure i danni mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono le sofferenze delle malattie che mettono in pericolo la vita e che separano un solo istante il corpo dalla mente, come il macellaio che conduce un essere al macello, mai sorgere nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle malattie infettive di una giornata, da quelle croniche e dalle altre, per le quali gli esseri provano terrore solamente a sentirle nominare, come se venissero spinti nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri che hanno un corpo mai venire danneggiati dalle 80.000 tipi di interferenze, dai 360 demoni malvagi che danneggiano all'improvviso e dalle 424 malattie. Possono tutte le sofferenze che derivano dai disturbi dei 4 elementi e che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, venire totalmente pacificate, e possa il corpo e la mente avere radianza e potere ed essere dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. La compassione del Guru e dei gioielli per il potere dei dachini di protettibilità del karma e dei suoi effetti essere esaudite appena espresse. È un grande potere questa preghiera. Adesso facciamo la dedica finale dei meriti accumulati che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla mia parte, esistere dalla sua parte, e condurre tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono vuoti ad esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato di illuminazione io stessa e da sola. Lunga vita di Sua Santità Dalai Lama, nel paese circondato da montagne nevate, tu sei la sorgente di ogni beneficio e felicità, potente Chenrezig Gyalpo, ti prego di rimanere fino alla fine del samsara. Lunga vita Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, tu che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tuoi gioielli, salvatori miei degli altri tuoi discepoli. Preghiera di lunga vita. Possa la mente preziosa dell'illuminazione, non ancora sorta e svilupparsi, e quella già sviluppata possano non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. A causa di queste virtù possa diventare rapidamente un guru Buddha di guidare a quello stato ogni essere vivente senza alcuna eccezione. Dedichiamo ogni virtù accumulata al beneficio degli insegnamenti di tutti gli esseri migratori in special modo affinché l'essenza degli insegnamenti del venerabile Sandrapa possa splendere come dedica tutti i giorni Sua Santità Dalai Lama, possa io essere sempre oggetto di felicità per tutti gli esseri senzienti secondo i loro desideri, senza interferenze come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, il vento. Possa io essere caro agli esseri senzienti come la loro propria vita, ed essi conseguenze a me e tutte le mie virtù portare conseguenze a loro. Possa io rimanere nel mondo per amore suo. Anche sua conseguità dice: se il merito di queste preghiere avessero formosi come i granelli del fiume Gange. Quindi è illimitato il merito di desiderare, di aiutare le illimitate sfere dove vivono gli esseri senzienti. Quindi il merito è illimitato. Quindi rigioiamo di avere questa possibilità di poter generare questa diciamo preziosissimamente, e rigioiamo perché è preziosissimo questo pensiero, è proprio come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i nostri desideri. Io vi auguro buona giornata e faccio gli auguri di Santo Natale a un venerabile Raffaello. Vi auguro una giornata tranquilla, in pace, in santa pace, ma tutti i giorni dovremmo trovare questa pace, non solo il giorno di Natale. Comunque, grazie, buona giornata a tutti, grazie Irene,
grazie
la eroina.
Grazie a te, buon Natale. Grazie.
L'eroina, perché sei l'unica
No.
Ciao, buon Natale.
Ciao.
Ciao Lucia,
Raffaello.
buon Natale. Ciao, a presto.
Grazie. Come sta?
Non ti sento più, Lucia. Non ti sento più.
Franco Callea, come sta?
Ma
Buon Natale.
è in ospedale, è sotto osservazione. Ieri sono andato a trovarlo, mi sembra, insomma...
Non c'è problema.
Ok. Ciao. Buongiorno a tutti. Buongiorno a quelli che sono presenti direttamente in collegamento e quelli che penso che ci siano su YouTube. Allora cominciamo subito in questo giorno speciale di Natale e ci mettiamo in posizione meditativa e invitiamo la consapevolezza a entrare nel nostro corpo, e quando il nostro corpo raggiunge quell'equilibrio di immobilità e rilassatezza, invitiamo la nostra mente a rimanere in questo corpo sia fisicamente che anche quindi dal punto di vista di spazio e anche di tempo. Quindi la mente qui e adesso, dove siamo ora, in questo momento. Per far sì che la nostra mente rimanga qui adesso e sia qui col nostro corpo, l'agganciamo osservando il respiro che entra e che esce, osservando le sensazioni che questo atto spontaneo e non guidato procura nel nostro corpo. Con una mente presente, rilassata e un corpo rilassato, osserviamo la nostra motivazione. Questa è la nostra motivazione per seguire questa meditazione, per condividere questa meditazione tutti assieme e per soddisfare il desiderio di Lama Zopa Rinpoche di poter contribuire al contenimento e all'eliminazione di tutti i problemi che questa pandemia sta causando agli esseri. Questa è un'ottima motivazione, ma possiamo innalzarla ancora di più, possiamo estendere ancora di più e farla diventare ancora più potente, pensando che oggi è un giorno speciale per il mondo intero, o per la gran parte del mondo, perché è il giorno di Natale, è il giorno in cui più di 2000 anni fa nacque un bodhisattva che si impegnò nel dare l'insegnamento agli esseri di quel tempo perché trasformassero la loro mente in una mente egoista, centrata solo su se stessi, e per sostituirla in una mente dedicata agli altri. La sua vita è stata un esempio di dedica per gli altri. Quindi indipendentemente dall'etichetta che gli umani hanno dato a quest'essere, chiamandolo cristiano, difatti era di famiglia ebraica, ma al di là dell'etichetta è evidente che era un bodhisattva, perché ha preso su di sé, come gli insegnamenti ci indicano, la sofferenza degli altri per donare loro la felicità. Quindi questo è un giorno che deve essere d'esempio per tutti, indipendentemente dall'appartenenza a cui uno si professa, e dobbiamo utilizzarla questa giornata. La Mayeshe, durante un Natale, espresse questo principio molto bello. A Natale si è soliti a scambiarsi regali e lui disse: a Natale il regalo più bello che potete portare è un buon cuore, tutto il resto è superfluo. Quindi questo buon cuore noi dobbiamo sviluppare la nostra motivazione, questo buon cuore che si vuole prendere cura degli altri, perché sono preziosi, estremamente preziosi. E non solo, sono esattamente nella nostra stessa situazione. Vuol dire essere nell'esistenza ciclica condizionata da karma e difetti mentali. Non c'è nessun essere attorno a noi che possa essere così motivo di invidia e gelosia, perché tutti hanno lo stesso destino: vivere, soffrire, morire, per poi rinascere nuovamente, e così via, da un tempo senza inizio. Quindi il nostro impegno, nel momento in cui abbiamo la possibilità di poterlo fare, perché abbiamo un metodo a disposizione, un'intelligenza determinata dal fatto di essere esseri umani, quindi con tutte le facoltà funzionanti, dobbiamo impegnarci per poter guidare tutti gli esseri fuori da questo pantano esistenziale. Questa dovrebbe essere la nostra motivazione, e quindi ci concediamo un minuto per poterla sviluppare e rinforzare e renderla stabile. Di fronte a noi la manifestazione della compassione di Buddha, Buddha Chenrezig, fatto di luce, con un volto a 4 braccia come raffigurato nell'immagine, ci sta osservando con amore e compassione. Il fatto che noi non lo vediamo non è una ragione per dubitare dell'esistenza, è semplicemente il nostro limite. Ma essendo un Buddha, ha una mente onnisciente, quindi è onnipresente, quindi è davanti a noi. E motivati da amore e compassione per il beneficio degli altri, prendiamo rifugio per poter proseguire lungo il sentiero che ci conduce verso l'illuminazione. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha, tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni, possa ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, prendo rifugio nel Dharma, prendo rifugio nel Sangha, tramite la pratica della generosità, della moralità, della pazienza, dello sforzo entusiastico, della concentrazione, della saggezza. Posso io ottenere lo stato di Buddha, da dove poter fare il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti miei amati. Prendo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, tramite la pratica della generosità e delle altre perfezioni. Posso ottenere lo stato di Buddha per poter beneficiare tutti gli esseri senzienti. E quindi ora recitiamo il mantra di Buddha Chenrezig, che ci permette di avvicinarci ancora di più alla divinità, al Buddha stesso. E nella nostra recitazione, mentre la recitiamo, ci concentriamo sia sul suono e anche sulla visualizzazione, che deve essere quella di raggi di luce che provengono dal cuore di Buddha Chenrezig e ci raggiungono e pervadono completamente il nostro corpo, il corpo di tutti gli esseri che pensiamo attorno a noi, purificando corpo, parola e mente. Questo è il nostro compito per circa una decina di minuti. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme Om mani padme hum, 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 Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum, Om mani padme hum. Quindi ora facciamo la preghiera effettiva e quindi dal profondo del cuore cerchiamo di, appunto, di far sì che questa preghiera non sia una lettura, ma sia proprio un coinvolgimento dal nostro cuore. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti Gaha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che, come macellaio che possono essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi, che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. E nel momento in cui abbiamo finito questa preghiera, davanti a noi c'è sempre Buddha Chenrezig, e quindi immaginiamo che si sposta e si posa sulla sommità del nostro capo, rimpicciolisce le sue dimensioni fino a diventare della grandezza di un pollice e lentamente Buddha Chenrezig entra dentro di noi attraverso il canale centrale, dall'apertura superiore del capo e arriva al nostro cuore e la mente di Buddha Chenrezig e la nostra mente diventano inseparabili. Dopo aver fatto questo assorbimento, allora dedichiamo l'impegno che abbiamo profuso durante questa sessione, ma molti di voi sono già presenti ancora prima, per cui ogni azione positiva che facciamo dobbiamo sempre dedicarla prima che svanisca a causa di momenti di rabbia, di irritazione. Invece dobbiamo dedicarli e metterli al sicuro proprio per poter proseguire lungo il nostro percorso. Abbiamo bisogno di fare l'accumulazione, le 2 accumulazioni di meriti e saggezza, quindi cerchiamo di poterle accumulare entrambe contemporaneamente. Quindi cominciamo con la bodhicitta. Possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. E questa è l'accumulazione da parte del metodo e ora quella della saggezza. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto e l'origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi 2 sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. E poi dedichiamo per i malati, quindi per i malati non solo di questa pandemia, ma per ogni tipo di malattia che gli esseri umani e non, stanno vivendo in questo momento. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. E quindi per incontrare un perfetto guru in tutte le vite, di cui abbiamo estremamente bisogno, possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato da guru perfetti, posso io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e sentieri, posso io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. E poi per essere di beneficio agli esseri, essere a loro servizio, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine e il legno da ardere nelle foreste, posso io essere sempre usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. E per considerare gli esseri senzienti molto preziosi, posso io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerarli ancora di più che di me stesso, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possono tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. E quindi ora andiamo a sigillare i meriti con la vacuità per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto dall'esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. E quindi facciamo la dedica per la lunga vita dei nostri maestri, partendo da Sua Santità il Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, fonte di grande ispirazione, tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che funge al generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjuna, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. E così dedichiamo anche per tutti i maestri che ci stanno guidando lungo il sentiero, affinché abbiano una lunga vita e continuino nel loro compito di dare insegnamenti e che i loro progetti si esaudiscono spontaneamente senza difficoltà. Ecco, quindi noi abbiamo concluso la nostra sessione. Ringrazio tutti i presenti e auguro ovviamente un buon Natale e anche un buon anno, perché ci vedremo l'anno prossimo a questo punto. E quindi ecco, tanti auguri a tutti voi, a te Irene che sei simpaticissima con il cappellino di Natale, ciao Paola, ciao Daniela, e adesso passo la parola a Venerabile Damcho. Hello,
Hello, Venerable Raffaello. Buon Natale, everyone.
Buon Natale to you.
Oh, bless. Lovely to see you all. Lovely to see so many joining in this early hour. So it's always nice to see, when leads are so well supported
sure.
on Zoom, and particularly on Zoom. I think it's nice when the community joins the leads. We know we have, followers on YouTube, but it's always nice when there's also sometimes that visual connection.
Yeah, you're
so
right.
Thank you very much to each and every one of you for taking the time out over Christmas to lead and also join the prayers. Thank you very, very much. Have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas weekend of what's left, and a good entry into the new year. May it all be meritorious and healthy and happy. And
thank you.
Thank you very much. See you all next week, hopefully.
Okay. Yeah.
Bless you all.
Ok, ciao.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Ciao a tutti.
Good morning, everyone. It's Kyabje here from the UK. Just a quick note. As you probably noticed, the regulars on YouTube, there have been some interesting entries in the comment sections. Please don't click on the links. It looks like we have finally attracted some bored bots. We don't know the nature of the intent, so just be mindful. You notice that we're cleaning up the comments section quite regularly. Unfortunately, that sometimes also seems to mean that that we're losing some of the comments that you have left previously, which is a shame when someone like me comes on a little bit later and is looking for some comments from you who make requests. Hello, Margot, and how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I just
Merry
would
Christmas.
like to add that I'm a Merry Christmas too. And regarding comments, I'm deleting only these not good comments.
All right.
So I'm leaving comments from people,
Yeah.
but sometimes they just disappear by themselves.
Sure. No, I mean, I'm a little bit struggling because I have a very old iPad and it's given me limitations already. So I don't always get to see everything. But I noticed that some also seem to be going in the cleanup. So, again, we be mindful not clicking on these odd links, but, they seem to be sort of a bot just by the nature of the way they appear. Would you agree?
Mm.
So, but I suppose, I suppose,
today we are
you
popular.
made it if you're worthy of a bot or somebody being that bored thinking they have to troll you, whatever that means. If you design it for us, thank you very much. You made a connection. We will find you in all the future lifetimes, and you will go like, oh God, these Buddhists are trolling me now. No, but anyway, watch out, everyone. Don't click on links with, you get to know the regulars who sign up, and if it looks like a strange message. No, thank you very much, Margot and team, for all the wonderful work and being here at Christmas. It's what time is it now? Oh, you must have had your Christmas lunch already. It's you must have.
For me it's 5 p.m. Yes.
Oh, here you go. See, wonderful. No, it's always great. But yeah, so you got the whole team working this weekend, or of some family commitment?
I mean, they have family commitment. I'm working all Saturday. So today, for night, and Nathan is doing night, and then I'm doing morning. So I'm night and two people doing.
See that? I mean, that's commitment. Oh, bless you. No, thank you very much, Margot. Please do send all my love to everyone on the, from the media team for all the wonderful support for the past 74 weeks that you have been there, making sure that we can be out there and that we can keep the systems going, both Zoom and YouTube, and keeping everyone safe by deleting all the unnecessaries from the comments list, so that people don't click on something that they shouldn't. So thank you very much indeed. And I better crack on. I've got only 25 minutes left. It's a short session, and I'm sure to see you then later if you're doing night shift as well. All right, Margot, thank you very much.
Nathan.
Oh, Nathan.
Nathan will be doing night.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye. So yeah, this is our dear Margot. She's heading the media team, and it's just a wonderful effort of the group who really sit there 24 hours making sure that everything is okay. And interesting enough, we had a little wobble there. I don't know whether it was my internet or something, but yeah, I guess Christmas so many will be out now on social media and Zooming and everything. So yeah, so just as I said, just a warning. So if you see these odd links, what is it, vom.ngo and stuff like that, don't click on them. It's it's obviously a troll, so or bot. So we just we take it on the chin, and there's no point getting upset about, you know. It's like when somebody talks about you, we don't particularly like it. You know, as long as they talk about you, you must be interesting. Somebody said that once to me, and I thought, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? It's a nice way of looking at it. You know, if people feel like they have to gossip about you, you know, well, we might find that absolutely irritating. I mean, why would they spend the energy talking about you? Because they find you interesting in one way or another. That's a backhanded compliment, I guess, in many ways. All right, so Merry Christmas, everyone. You know, if you haven't, if you just joined Prayerathon for this session, if you haven't been with us earlier, so welcome. If you are staying on from previous sessions, thank you very much for continuing to support Prayerathon. And despite, you know, we're always saying, you know, it's such a Merry Christmas, everything's jolly. You know, it's also the stresses that come with Christmas, the preparations, and having people around, having to do all the cooking, the wrapping up, the tidying up, the clearing up the aftermath, and you know, having eaten too much or whatever the downers are on all the jolliness. Maybe even some hangovers, because some people think, you know, it's a good time also to indulge in intoxicating beverage a little bit too much, etc. There's also the other side where we have for the those who are maybe trapped over these periods in a not so jolly setting because of domestic violence, mental health, loneliness, because maybe some are just by themselves, you know, due to family either no longer being there or living far away. Then, of course, the isolation with COVID, and you know, even if we sometimes live in a tower block or wherever we may be, you know, where there are many people around, we don't always get to know the neighbors, or we don't, you know, think about, you know, who lives in you know, in the behind their door, and you can still feel very, very lonely, especially if you have experienced loss recently. So let's think about all those, in particular, in these sessions, who endure other hardships on top of COVID. Maybe also think about all the wonderful people who put themselves out in our emergency services, the health service, the fire brigade, police, all those engineers who make sure that you know, we have the electricity, we have water supplies, etc. You know, those who in the transport systems who are still out and about, just to make sure that everything flows, and also, of course, the truckers, you know, making sure that goods are being transported left, right, and center, even over these festive days. So make sure that you know, we acknowledge all these wonderful beings as well. And when it sometimes feels like we really struggle, you know, things are a bit unfair, you know, again, it's sometimes good to look around and go like, I might have a difficult time, but crikey, there's somebody who's worse off than me. And that is not from a perspective of you know, gloating, you know, that I'm better off. It is just a balancing act. And, you know, that a lot of things are relative. That doesn't disregard our suffering, but it acknowledges that we could have it worse. And most of us, particularly, you know, if you think about, we're here together, we have the benefit of technology. How else could you follow these prayer sessions right now if you wouldn't be in a place where there is Wi-Fi at least, you know, or internet access, you have the benefit of the technology, be it through your phone, a computer, a laptop. You probably are in a room, in a house, in a building. You know, hopefully it's warm, you know, but if not, at least you got a roof over your head. It's a broad assumption, but I would say this probably is true for the vast majority of those who are following us right now. It might well be that, you know, you have heating on, that you have some food. And all these things that we take so for granted, there's such an imbalance in the world that we sometimes really forget. And that's where we have to think about, you know, the compassion side, where we talk about compassion widely and say, oh yeah, you know, all this would end. And I just listened to the news before it came on, and the World Health Organization was sort of hinting that, you know, we can't boost our way out of this, that the developed countries have to really, you know, consider sharing the vaccination resources with other parts of the world. You know, in some parts, you know, they're lucky if they had the first boost, the first jab, vaccination regarding COVID. You know, and other parts like the UK, we had the third one, and that talks about getting the fourth. So there's definitely a complete, you know, need for redistribution for the benefit of all. And it's good to have rights, but with rights come also responsibilities, and we should be mindful of those. And it's the way we think about it, the way we talk about it, and the way we act. So for the common good, we all have our responsibilities. And if some of those beings decide they do not wish to be vaccinated, at least wear a face mask when in contact with others who seek to be protected by other means, and don't judge them or stop them from doing so. And when we see those who actively seek to discourage us from taking precautions for the general good, consider the suffering in those beings, that they have been motivated to even act in a way that insists on their rights but disregards the obligations and the rights of others to be protected. Okay, so that's the end of the big chat. So got 15 minutes left. So if we take a moment and a few breaths. We just recite for the benefit of while we're here, and it's also great to think about, particularly on these days, these festive days, when we could also be maybe with family, to acknowledge the community that we're in and that we're here to ease the suffering, acknowledge our gurus, and you know, work on our own understanding of compassion and the way we implement compassion in the truest sense. And most of us, unless we're very accomplished, you know, we talk about compassion like we understand it, but deep down we do find a way of making exceptions to our own rules. So we all still have to develop a much deeper, pure understanding of compassion, bodhicitta. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. Okay, and as we're having Christmas, may we emphasize bodhicitta by reciting the 4 immeasurables, and we can think about it as making it a gift to mankind and all other sentient beings. And we could also consider, making these prayers a gift to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose advice we're following. And of course, we can make this a birthday gift to Christ, whose birthday we're celebrating in the Western or around the world quite widely. And even if we don't subscribe to Christianity ourselves, we are most likely aware, and in parts of the world we probably even have some time off because of it. So and the message of Christ also was clear, do upon others as you wish to have done upon yourself. So it's a mission of love and compassion and love their neighbor. So that's what we're here for, to benefit beings. And when I was getting used to the idea of you subscribing more to the Buddhist teachings, the Buddha's teachings, and I was a bit like, how does it, work with Christmas now? And those things that I was used to. A dear friend said, what's the problem? Bodhisattva Jesus. And it's so true. And so many of our precious teachers, like His Holiness Ling Rinpoche, Karmapa, and Lama Zopa, etc., are often seen paying their respect, within Christian churches, but also interact on so many levels with different faiths, and building these bridges and acknowledging, having that respect, for different faiths. So it's perfectly all right, even from a Buddhist point of view, to engage, with the festivities of others, if it's done respectfully. Okay. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of all suffering. May all beings live in great equanimity, free from the attachment and aversion that keeps some close and others distant. May we also be the cause for them to achieve all this. So we're running a bit short on time now, but that's okay. We have plenty of time to do what we need to do. So if you visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, and if you have the initiations, feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different faith, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion, and everyone else who wishes to take part but is uncomfortable with visualizing deities, just visualize a clear light that's filled with love and compassion for all beings. We do not exclude anyone, not even the trolls that think, it's necessary to try and disturb events like the prayerathon, or, in this case, it's relatively harmless. Other beings are being trolled, much, much worse than us. And again, look at it like a cry for help from their part, and the beings that are behind those disruptive systems. So light emanates from the Guru's body, not in direction, reaching each and every one of those mother sentient beings wherever they are, and filling them with love and compassion, and purifying light nectar, cleansing away all negative karma and delusion of past lifetimes. Being filled with that love and compassion, we begin to glow more and more as more of our true nature, our Buddha nature, is being revealed. And we recognize it through the actions of our body, speech, and mind that so much suffering has been caused from beginningless lifetimes. not just to other beings, but also to ourselves. And in the same way, we do not wish to be in a state of suffering. We recognize that none of the other sentient beings wish to be suffering. So we share a lot. We have much more in common. The rest is just trivial appearances, etc. So as we wish them to be free, we invite them to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite-like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the Yidams, the Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Gurus, please, that so many have answered the call. And the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying light nectar intensifies, and more purification is taking place, so much so that we begin to glow, really brightly from the inside out, atom by atom. We exchange our light with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, who themselves exchange themselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings. Hence, we become all one with the Guru and become one with one another. We become one source of love and compassion for all beings, and we shine brightly to dispel the darkness of samsara. And again, we recognize that body, speech, and mind have caused so much suffering represented by Om, but it's also through the purification and achieving the holy state of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, also represented by Om, that we can contribute the most to the benefit of all other sentient beings. But that requires that we acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combine those in Om. So as recite the Mani mantra, keep on visualizing how you purify yourselves and exchange yourself with the Guru and all other sentient beings. So Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And we show remorse for our past actions of body, speech, and mind, which have caused so much suffering. We've made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions that benefit mother sentient beings, and taking refuge in the Guru and recite many Mani mantras while exchanging ourselves with the Guru and mother sentient beings. May we visualize ourselves now as pure. Turning on to the pure state, we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. We recite it once for time reasons, but although we only recite the prayer once, we do this from the bottom of our heart with the purest of intentions. May all sentient beings who experience sickness be restored to good health. May cures be found for all diseases and pandemics. May all the diseases never occur again. May we dedicate to those who have entered the bardo or who are entering the bardo at present. May they have swift transitions and be reborn under favorable conditions. May all those who experience hardships be given whatever resources are required for them to overcome these hardships and be restored to a state of happiness that is free of suffering. May they be able to take care of themselves and other mother sentient beings in the purest possible way. May all the disease outside the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names therefore beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Apologies. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So visualize how the prayer is taking effect to ease the suffering of mother sentient beings, particularly those who are affected by the COVID pandemic. Dedications may be dedicated to the long life and well-being of all mother sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. Achieve enlightenment may be the cause for them to achieve all this. May be dedicated to the long life and well-being of all our precious gurus, who through their great kindness have shown us the way and continue to guide us through their love and compassion. May all their holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible where they haven't done so already. May particularly dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama, a great beacon of love and compassion, and how fortunate we are to be alive during his reign, particularly in human form, so that we can access and be guided by his wisdom in this and hopefully all future lifetimes. May His Holiness be swiftly fulfilled and may be reunited with his people in Tibet very soon. Also to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche for his great kindness and advice of engaging us in these practices to benefit all mother sentient beings during these difficult times. Due to all these merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the past, present, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numerous Buddhas, and the numerous sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kerwe Shinkam Di Pendang Dewa Malu Jongwene Chenrezig Tenzing Gyatso Yi Shapesi Te Badu Thank you Hochi. Tzu Chang Xing Yam Kyun Gelwe Tenzing Kyun Pelwe Kunzo Do Po Tse Chok Sum Kerwe Leg Mun Tudru. Thank you very much, everyone who joined me in this session. Thank you very much to the wonderful Sangha for leading throughout these weekends, and particularly over Christmas now. Thank you very much to the tech team for keeping us on air. And there she is, the one and only Venerable Losang. How are you?
Thank
Lovely
you
to see you.
Merry
Christmas.
To organize us every weekend.
Oh, thank you very much for turning up.
Yeah, well, I'm okay. I do have time because I was able to escape all the invitations for Christmas lunches and dinners and this and that, because I think it's a family You know, it's a family event, and I'd rather let the families be families and be here with the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. Those are my family.
What, you feel like a spare wheel otherwise?
Yeah, in a way, then they behave differently and all this, and you know, it's a good time for them to gather and to come together. And I have no connection to Christmas also, because we always went skiing when I was a kid. It's more important than the presents we got before Christmas, and my parents were absolutely not religious. And so my dad said, once school is finished, we go skiing, and because then the slopes are still fairly empty on the 24th and 25th.
Yes.
And so that's
well, that was actually, if you're a skier, that makes sense, doesn't it? You don't get run over by everyone else.
And I see that, especially these days, you know, it's like it creates so much additional loneliness in people, because they have this emotional thing about Christmas and all this is like, and so, yeah.
That is true. There's a lot of extra burden, isn't there?
Exactly.
That, oh, that person is alone. Should we invite? But we don't want to. And then you got those who do not wish, because they don't want to be, you know, because maybe they're grieving or this and that. And then, yeah, we feel it particularly.
It's a complicated time, so it's good to do practices.
Absolutely. Venerable Losang, lovely to see you. Look after yourself, and hopefully see you next week in the new year. Much love.
Okay, bye. Thank you very much. Okay, so hello, everybody. So what we will do, we will take refuge, which is here. And then we will do a prayer to Chenrezig, because we are doing Chenrezig practice anyway. And I think especially today, because it's Christmas, and as I just said, maybe you heard so many people. Of course, there's a lot of people who are happy about Christmas, and especially the kids, you know, the grown-ups are happy to make presents. The kids are happy to receive them. But there's also a lot of people who suffer because Christmas has to be special and all this. And I think it's really additional suffering that we don't need so much at this time. So then today, I think we're not just thinking about the COVID people, but we're also thinking about, you know, the lonely Christmas people. So I know, because I used to have a restaurant for many years, and it was, so I always made it, a place which was kind of Christmas free at this time of the year. So people who also didn't have that much connection with Christmas, they could come. And usually at midnight, after the Christmas mass, the young people would come. Also, the parents were not so happy, but like the younger people would come, and we always had a very big party. And I think that's what Christmas should be, that we feel connected, and or even if you don't have a place to go, that you're still happy by realizing that we're actually never alone, because we're constantly surrounded by sentient beings, and all we have to do is open up our heart and think of them and wish them well. You know, the ones who are happy, the ones who are unhappy, the Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, the non-religious, the Buddhists, the animals, whoever. So then how can you ever feel lonely? It's such a nice, really a nice method, thinking about the four immeasurables, to not to feel lonely, because then you feel connected. Because we're just separated by thoughts, by walls, by views, by opinions, by aversion, by attachment, by indifference, and all these kind of things. Okay, so we start by taking refuge. You visualize in the space in front of you. You can already now visualize Chenrezig, either four-armed or 1,000-armed, but he is your guru. So then that's so important. So you think about, Venerable Damcho has mentioned the gurus so nicely, you know, who are taking care of us or guiding us, who give us these methods. So you think about that person who inspired you to do these things, these practices, and you will feel then, you know, that the guru is always there. We just have to think about him or her, and we feel cared for, we feel seen, we feel accepted the way we are, and especially we feel guided by somebody who is wise and compassionate and who knows what we need. In order to realize that, we only have to think about the results. How would we be now without the Dharma, without these methods, without our practice? So then you let the living Guru that you've been visualizing melting into the form of Chenrezig, who is made out of light and who encompasses the compassion of a fully awakened mind, radiating light out. And we kind of put ourselves under the protection of Chenrezig. And then, of course, we think about the Dharma as the method, the Sangha as the people who accompany us on this path. Then, in order to feel this connection, we become aware there's nothing we can do without many, many, many other people doing their job. Even now, you know, every minute, every second of our life, whatever we enjoy, whatever makes it possible for us to survive has been produced by many, many, many others. There's no end to that chain. And so it's not only this life, it's also all the past lives which have no beginning. So we do have a connection with everybody, but we think especially about our parents in this life. So today being Christmas, why not, you know? You think about your parents, you think how no matter what the situation was, they tried to make you happy because of course we liked skiing. So for me also skiing was more important because the presents I got before Christmas. So the whole thing about, you know, I don't want to be disrespectful, but the Christmas message was not so much present in our family. It was more the fun of going skiing when the slopes are not so full yet. So that's where we spent Christmas. Even Christmas Day was on the slopes, happily. So we were happy. So that's the main thing. So you think about your parents, and you think about your parents when you were kids, you know, how they tried to make you happy, how they tried to give you what makes you happy, maybe not always what you wanted, but definitely from their side, they thought it would make you happy. And we feel the love of the parents and sometimes are not so skillful. And you put your dad on your right side, your mom at your left side, because they gave you this body with which now we can practice. And you open up your heart towards them, even if they're already dead. And you just say, thank you for, especially at this time of Christmas, trying to make you happy. Thinking about what would make you happy, being very happy when you were happy, being unhappy when you were unhappy. And then we think, you know, all beings have been our parents at one point, not just in this life, we only have these two, but in previous lives. Then people you dislike, you put in the space in front of you. Please think about people that you do dislike in case you have some, so we can dissolve the aversion or the fear that we have from them. So because we dislike people because they make us feel uneasy, either because we're angry at them or they're angry at us, or they bully us around or whatever. So you put them in space in front, trying to open up your heart, also knowing that the way what comes now is like a boomerang. What comes from them, because we have been treating others in that way, and also making a decision to be careful not to create more of this kind of karmic seeds or imprints of aversion. People you do like, people you feel comfortable with, you put behind you. And also please, not just in a general way, but think about people, put kind of names on them, put personalities on them, so that the heart opens and we're grateful that some people allow us to love them and they love us. They accept us the way we are. And then we think, you know, whatever I feel for these people who are sitting behind me now, are animals, can be dogs, cats, hamsters, snakes, if you have snakes. For all these beings who are sitting behind me, you know, this is the purpose of my practice, that whenever I think of any sentient being, I have this open heart, which is good for me and of course good for others. And whatever I can do to help them, I will do already now. Whatever is in my capacities. I don't have to kind of become obsessive, but we can at least be kind to them, to all sentient beings, wishing them well. Then we think, you know, our potential, our values that we have. This is why I'm doing this practice long term, in order to be able to live my values spontaneously, uninterruptedly, and effortlessly. Values of compassion, generosity, wisdom, patience, connectedness, all this, justice, fairness, to treat everybody in a kind way. If we need to be firm, we can be firm, but at least being concerned about their happiness. So we totally open up our heart, having all mother sentient beings around us. And it's for them we're doing this practice at the moment, especially for the people who feel lonely, because it's Christmas, and all the people in the health system who are working very, very hard also over these days. Also, maybe we can dedicate for the police, because it's Christmas, but because people demonstrate, they have to go to the streets and be very violent, even though they want to protect, they don't want to beat people up, but they want to protect, but some people don't allow them to do that job as a protector. So may they not suffer too much from this, and may the demonstrators also maybe be at peace today, not go to the streets. And then, of course, all the people who are sick from COVID, that's short term. We dedicate, but then also long term for everybody's full awakening, because everybody has Buddha nature. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditational deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And before we do the absorption and send out the light with the mantra, we do the prayer to Chenrezig, which has been so beautifully translated by Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche. Here it is. And so he says, in order to develop bodhicitta, which is such a beautiful mind state, if you keep compassion Buddha, who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers, especially the danger of creating more negative karma to end up in situations as we are right now. So first request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you. Then think that you caused them to happen to all other sentient beings. So we recite these verses, we're asking for protection in the name of all sentient beings. So this is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at me with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be my guide and save me, perfect, pure treasure of compassion. I request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be my captain, liberating me from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. Actually, we can maybe change it a little bit, and we just, instead of saying I, we just say we. This is what Venerable Charles is always doing when he does these kind of prayers. He never says may I, he always says may we. So let's do like this maybe. When we are obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be our illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have a blazing fire of anger towards our enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have violent waves of attachment towards our friends, Please help us realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are bound by our possessions, by the knot of miserliness, please be our manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be our king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show us your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be our refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be our close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take us to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover us with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have taken the body of an unknowing baby, please be our supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When we always visualize you on our crown, make offerings and praise you, please be our root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When we visualize you on our heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be our mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When we experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be our Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When our mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments we wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When we make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at us with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. Then Chenrezig in the space in front of you. If you have initiation, which probably most of you have. If you don't, then you leave him in front of you. But if you have, he comes to the crown of your head, melts into light. The light absorbs through the central channel into your heart chakra. And then you just briefly, think about emptiness, become aware, whatever we see, hear, touch, smell, think, it's all a projection of our deluded mind. We add much to what actually exists on the conventional level, because on the ultimate level, everything is just empty of any inherent existence. You dissolve your 5 contaminated aggregates, the thoughts that create them, go into the clear light, the conventional nature of our mind, and then you fill that luminous space with compassion. You want to be of benefit. You want to be a Buddha. You want to be fully awakened in order to lead all sentient beings to that state. And you arise now out of that clear light in the form of Chenrezig. In your heart, a moon disk on top of it, silver free around the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. And light from there, very bright light, radiates out through your body in all the 10 directions, touching each and every sentient being, and immediately leading them to the state of Avalokiteshvara, and you visualize all beings transform into Avalokiteshvara. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Then with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma of temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. We can do one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every pleasure be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can recite these mantras that Lama Zopa Rinpoche kind of gave out at the beginning of this pandemic to be protected. And after reciting it, you put your hand under your chin, you blow into it, you breathe it in, and then you think that you're protected. I mean, especially now that they say even being vaccinated, it doesn't really protect you. Now, feeling protected, it doesn't mean that we become careless, but feeling protected means that we can go out if we need to go out and see others without any fear, but still being careful, wearing the mask and, washing hands and all this. And feeling protected, we also kind of think I want to be protected, not just for myself, but first thing, nobody has to kind of worry about me. And the other thing is, so I'm not in the danger of occupying a hospital bed, and on top of it, that I'm not dying right now while I'm in the middle of my kind of doing Dharma practice. We want to keep this human rebirth in order to make as much progress on this path as possible. Om Padma Shavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Neng Parishig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Trasu Chusu Turtasu Turmisu Ningo Lachu Kala Jakam Sham Trampe Pesoha. Om Trasu Chusu Turtasu Turmisu Ningo Lachu Kala Jakam Sham Trampe Pesoha. Om Trasu Chusu Turtasu Turmisu Ningo Lachu Kala Jakam Sham Trampe Pesoha. we can maybe add the mantra of the 20th Tara, because she's for epidemics and in this case pandemics. I'm not sure if I remember. I need to write it down here. Om tare tutare ture sarva vidya ditsora prashamanaye sohaya. That's how it goes. Om tare tutare ture sarva vidya ditsora prashamanaye soha. Om tare tutare ture sarva vidya ditsora prashamanaye soha. Okay, then we do the dedications, especially with bodhicitta, this very beautiful mind, understanding that as long as we're in samsara, even if there's no pandemic, even if we have no financial problems, even if we have a lot of friends and a good family and good health, still we have to die. We don't know where we're going. And, you know, being born in a human body is really fantastic, but attaining full awakening is much, much better. So that's what we think for us and for all other sentient beings. You know, we have to at all costs attain, get out of samsara, not being under the control of our negative emotions anymore. It's so crazy, you know, since beginningless times, we have never been free, yet we all have this urge and this wish to be free. So this is what we want, to be free from being under the control of our unhelpful emotions, and not just for myself, so I can lead all other sentient beings to that state, which would be our nature. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise, may that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Then we think about His Holiness, and just thinking about His Holiness, or seeing a picture, or putting on a video and hearing him laugh and talk, you know, it opens the heart, makes us calm, happy. Especially, I see Ciliana is after me, especially Ciliana. She's been translating for His Holiness so many times. She's had contact with His Holiness so many times. I mean, it's such an amazing, we can be so fortunate that we have contact with these beings. So we wish for his long and healthy life, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparable, kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled, and may all his wishes also, Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, the only way out. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche, you know, for all lamas, you who uphold the subduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading Majanat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. To all the merit, due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, pandemics, torture, poverty, economic problems, loneliness because of Christmas and so on in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everybody's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Then we seal it with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, all the merits of the 3 times, collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Hello, Venerable Ciliana.
Hello. Good
Hello.
morning.
Maybe you tell us what it does to you when you think about His Holiness.
I cannot really tell because actually I get moved, just
Yeah,
like
exactly. That's what I mean.
very
Me,
much, just like what I mean, Isaiah Lama is really the embodiment of Chenrezig, and anything he does, you can feel that he's Chenrezig.
Exactly.
There is no way that he's not,
Exactly.
because everything is like the act of compassion, just like he has I kind of help people to recognize that they have their potential to develop themselves and become better human being, Doesn't really matter if they are Buddhist or whatever, even not believers, And so that is the power that he has, to help everybody to get in touch with their own inner quality,
Yeah, and just being present. I mean, this is what I mean. We just have to think of him, then the heart opens.
It's just like amazing, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
just like what does it to me? I just like feel my goosebumps.
Right. I have tears in my eyes also, so that's okay.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. Okay, have a nice day, have a nice week, and then maybe I see you next week, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, who knows? It's nice to meet like this briefly.
Yes. I really like it, because it gets like the family feeling.
Yeah, totally. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, Liliana. Ciao.
Ciao, ciao. So good morning to everybody, and I appreciate very much the people at Chenrezig Institute that are helping us to go on with this. Today is already the 75th week that we are doing this marathon, and I like also to have the possibility to share the screen if possible. Thank you. And so I appreciate very much the work at the Chenrezig Institute. This team is being supportive. Without you, we couldn't really do this. And I thank also very much Venerable Damcho that has been so kind to organize this meeting every Saturday, which is a big task. And so thank you very much for whoever supports us. Ok, buongiorno a tutti quanti. Vi ringrazio tutte quante le persone che sono qua e particolarmente voglio augurare un ottimo, un felice Natale alle persone, e soprattutto in un giorno come questo dobbiamo pensare che ci sono tantissime persone che stanno soffrendo e che purtroppo celebrano il Natale e sentono una tristezza incredibile, che in realtà è una giornata effettivamente come tante altre, non è che ci sia tanta differenza, è soltanto tutto quello che c'è stato messo sopra. Se noi pensiamo, in realtà il vero senso del Natale sarebbe quello di celebrare l'immagine di Gesù, che era in realtà un grande bodhisattva che professava l'amore e la compassione, e quindi dovrebbe essere una giornata in cui ci si connette particolarmente con l'amorevole gentilezza, la compassione, e pensare a cercare di essere di beneficio per tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Quindi con questa motivazione nel cuore di metterci nella direzione di utilizzare la nostra esistenza umana, che è veramente molto rara, questa esistenza umana, se consideriamo tutti quanti gli esseri viventi che ci sono su questo pianeta, dagli insetti che sono innumerevoli, gli animali che ci sono nel mare, gli animali che ci sono nelle foreste e così via, più tutti quanti gli esseri umani. Poi gli esseri umani, anche fra gli esseri umani, non tutti quanti hanno la fortuna di seguire un sentiero spirituale che aiuti a sviluppare le qualità interiori piuttosto che il progresso esteriore. E alcuni esseri umani sono così coinvolti, sono così intrappolati nella sofferenza, che non hanno assolutamente la possibilità di avere un attimo di respiro dalla sofferenza, come quelli che nascono in paesi dove ci sono le guerre, quelli che nascono in paesi dove c'è la carestia.
So, dobbiamo pensare che siamo veramente molto fortunati ad avere adesso questa rinascita umana ed avere questa possibilità, questo momento di poter sviluppare le nostre qualità interiori. Un momento perché questa vita è come un lampo, è brevissima, in un attimo siamo arrivati all'età che abbiamo e sicuramente ci avviciniamo attimo dopo attimo al momento della nostra morte, al momento della nostra dipartita, che può avvenire in moltissimi modi diversi, non soltanto con le malattie, gli accidenti, distrazioni. Sono infiniti i modi di morire. Quindi dobbiamo essere pronti in ogni momento. Essere pronti in ogni momento cosa vuol dire? Dobbiamo cercare di avere la mente sempre nell'amorevole gentilezza e nella compassione. Cerchiamo di portare la nostra mente nell'amorevole gentilezza, nella compassione, entrare in contatto con questa qualità che abbiamo dentro di noi. E quindi avere veramente la mente in questo stato mentale di amorevole gentilezza e compassione, lontano dalle emozioni distruttive. E prendiamo per esempio Sua Santità Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, che rappresentano proprio, sono la manifestazione, sono l'incarnazione delle qualità che noi stessi possiamo realizzare, che possiamo ottenere. E si manifestano così in un aspetto di esseri umani per far sì che noi possiamo generare dentro di noi la fiducia e possiamo anche noi ottenere le stesse qualità. Quindi dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Okay. Immaginiamo intorno a noi tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Alla nostra destra, tutti gli esseri maschili a partire dal nostro padre, alla nostra sinistra gli esseri femminili a partire dalla nostra madre. Dietro di noi tutti quanti i nostri amici, le persone care. Di fronte a noi mettiamo tutti quanti le persone che ci creano dei problemi, gli esseri che creano degli ostacoli, quelli che noi consideriamo i nostri nemici. E con la profonda determinazione a non farci più influenzare dalle emozioni distruttive, la profonda fiducia che effettivamente possiamo ottenere lo stato dell'illuminazione per i benefici di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea del Guru, delle divinità meditative, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nel Piazza Vuota della nostra mente e il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei Vinitami, disattivi dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri viventi, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiesa vuota della nostra mente, Dharmakaya. Ora visualizziamo Chenrezig a 1000 braccia, a 4 braccia, possiamo visualizzare anche Thangtong Gyalpo. La sita Thangtong Gyalpo, che è la manifestazione di Chenrezig. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, immaginiamo che un flusso di nettare entra dentro di noi e elimina completamente tutte quante le oscurazioni, tutti quanti gli ostacoli e problemi. E così anche tutti quanti gli altri esseri viventi vengono colpiti da questa luce, vengono toccati da questa luce, anche se sono completamente liberati da tutte le oscurazioni, da tutti quanti i problemi. Ora recitiamo alcune volte il mantra che rappresenta lo sviluppo dell'amore, della compassione e della saggezza. Om è la sillaba seme che rappresenta il corpo, parole, mente dell'essere illuminato e anche il nostro corpo, parole, mente che possiamo ottenere illuminazione. Mani è il gioiello che Chenrezig ha nelle mani e rappresenta la grande compassione, è il gioiello che esaudisce i desideri. Padme è il fiore di loto che Chenrezig tiene nella mano sinistra, rappresenta la saggezza. È la conclusione del mantra, possa essere questo, la realizzazione di questo. Recitando il mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, sono 6 sillabe e in questo modo praticamente creiamo le predisposizioni, mettiamo le predisposizioni per poter realizzare le 6 perfezioni della moralità, della generosità, della pazienza, dell'entusiasmo, della concentrazione, della saggezza. E purifichiamo le impronte mentali negative del rinascere nei reami inferiori degli inferni, come spiriti famelici, come animali, come esseri umani, come sura e asura. Quindi creiamo le impronte per non rinascere più nell'esistenza ciclica e quindi poter uscire da samsara. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Mani per me, 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 mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani. Money per me, 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 money. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Oh money per me, 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 money per me. Oh money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Money per me, 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 money per me. Oh money per me. Ora recitiamo una preghiera effettiva di Thangtong Gyalpo, pensando veramente al significato delle parole di questa preghiera. Possono tutte le malattie e caratteristiche elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, posta qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipende da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute e croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di calgrezze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che opprimono il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere. Siano stati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, i 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, dei protettori dei dhammi, dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma dei suoi risultati, possono queste molto dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie caratteristiche degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee, come danni causati dagli spiriti gradi, dalle malattie, dai Buddha e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere di essere macellato, separa il corpo e la mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati o non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano stati lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere dei Akini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, La forza e l'infallibilità del cambio dei suoi risultati possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono sostenere malattie caratterizzano elementi degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma, da condizioni temporanee come danni causati agli spiriti gradi alle malattie. Le butte degli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, posto qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, e con un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separare il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo, possono tutti gli esseri incarnati, essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche, altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi, che prima il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre vari supremi, con il potere dei dachini, protettori dei dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del cambio dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera sempre del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, che è pacifico dal pericolo delle armi. Ok. Oh mani per me, 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 oh mani per me. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime e trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso e rivelato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Esso solo sentire i vostri nomi, elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura della compassione, per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi, dei prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esplosione di grandi oceani di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, e così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che, entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sgura. D'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri con la terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati, che muoiono, abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, per la compassione del guru, divinità, sigillo della mente e gli errori sublimi, possono queste pure estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora ci impegniamo nella preghiera delle strofe di dedica. È importante dedicare l'energia positiva che si è accumulata per un determinato risultato. In questo modo, fino a che non si ottiene quel risultato, questa energia positiva non viene dispersa, non viene distrutta. Invece se non la dedichiamo, non la indirizziamo, basta un attimo di rabbia, tutto quanto quello che abbiamo accumulato in positivo sparisce completamente. possa la preziosa suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non ha ancora generato e possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa effetto e origine indipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato dei pensieri di Nagarjuna e questi due sono mutualmente complementari, non contraddittori. Poi recitiamo la preghiera per i malati. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Poi per incontrare, realizzare gli insegnamenti di Lama Tsongkhapa, possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti vittoriosi dello Zantrapa, che è una moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo e coraggioso, una condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e realizzato lo yoga dei due stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Essere sempre usati di esseri senzienti in accordo ai loro bisogni, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria, le medicine, il legno d'ardere nelle foreste, possono essere sempre usate dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, posso io considerare ancora di più che di me stessa, posso il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, posso ottenere virtù maturare su di loro. Questo è in poche righe la meditazione del Tonlen. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, posso io dimorare nel samsara per aiutare, anche se potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Posso diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce tutti i desideri, come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordandomi, o anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di quegli esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Se giriamo i meriti con la vacuità, per tutti i meriti del passato, il presente e il futuro, accumulati da me da innumerevoli Buddha o innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti all'esistere dalla loro parte, posso io che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte da sola che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Poi ancora per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico posso in tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Per la lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche, tu che tieni letti adesso giocatori, che fondi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni e preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa e immaginata, che magistralmente compie magnifiche preghiere che onora i tuoi supremi, Salvatore mio e degli altri, tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, mi piago. E così si conclude la nostra sessione e vedo che la nostra amica Tashi è già arrivata. Ciao, buongiorno, buon Natale.
Buongiorno brasiliana, buon Natale a te.
Tutto bene?
Buone cose.
Allora vi saluto, vi lascio nelle mani di Tashi, no, veramente alla parola di Tashi che vi guida nella meditazione e auguro a tutti quanti un felice Natale e ci vediamo la prossima settimana che sarà Capodanno.
Il 1 di gennaio.
Il 1 di gennaio, esatto, ci vediamo il 1 di gennaio a Capodanno, sempre su questi schermi.
Fantastico.
Ok, arrivederci a tutti e buona giornata, buon Natale, buone feste. Ciao ciao.
Ciao Silviana, grazie.
Ciao, prego, grazie. Ciao. Bye bye.
Buongiorno a tutti, buon Natale. Abbiamo questi 30 minuti per stare insieme e abbiamo veramente questa occasione speciale. Veramente la direi come speciale perché abbiamo questa possibilità di fare delle preghiere, abbiamo una possibilità di avere con noi tutti i nostri preziosi maestri, sono dietro qui le mie spalle, da Buddha Shakyamuni a Sua Santità Dalai Lama e poi tutto il resto. Quindi abbiamo veramente un'occasione fantastica. Allora, prima di tutto andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione, perché senza una buona motivazione qualsiasi azione diventa impossibile, diventa così davvero... Scusate, ho sbagliato qualcosa. Allora, diventa davvero impossibile. Quindi andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione. Quindi andiamo a fare le preghiere che sono proprio la nostra motivazione principale di questa pratica e quindi andiamo a leggere quello che è un attimo che arrivo. Bene. Penso che ci siamo. Vi appare la parola Vajra Mahasiddha a voi e la mia immagine? Per favore datemi un ok.
No, non si vede.
Non si vede?
No, si vede il desktop.
Allora, ricominciamo da capo. Scusate un attimo. Bene, allora, condividi schermo. Ci siamo? Ora va bene?
Ok.
Benissimo, grazie. Grazie. Allora, ecco, ritorniamo quindi alla nostra dedica molto importante, alla nostra motivazione da cui parte tutto quanto. Andiamo quindi a leggere insieme. Possa la preziosa suprema mente illuminazione di chi non conosce sorte generale, possa la mente di chi è stata generata non diminuire mai ma crescere sempre più. Ma queste sono le dediche, perché me le dà come dedica? Non voglio questa, vorrei questa. Bene. Non è questa. Ecco, ci siamo. Allora, la motivazione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanto quanto lo prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru e delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, Dharma e Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakine, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanto lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nei preziosi Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora recitiamo una mala del Buddha, del mantra del Buddha della compassione. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Andiamo adesso a fare la preghiera affettiva insieme. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni. Vi prego di chiudere il vostro audio, per favore. Grazie. Le condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti Gaia, dalle malattie, dai buttas e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente macellario che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente dalla loro in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, che come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari e supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei produttori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati possono queste molte preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pacificate. Andiamo a leggere ancora per 2 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, che come da chini causate dagli spiriti di Gaia, dalle malattie dei Buddha e dagli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come il macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente da un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose e 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte preghiere d'etiche essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Leggiamo per un'ultima volta. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dai spiriti Gaia e dalle malattie e dai 4 butas degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo, possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possono essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbia splendore, potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione del Guru e dei tre rari e supremi per il potere delle Dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati possono essere molte ed etiche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso andiamo a produrre la nostra buona meditazione, la nostra pratica che ci aiuta a connetterci con quello che vive nella nostra mente. Allora portiamo l'attenzione al respiro, mettiamoci in una postura corretta per praticare la meditazione, e per corretta intendo che ci sia la possibilità di avere rilassamento e una buona respirazione, possibilmente non appoggiati allo schienale di una sedia o di una poltrona, ma cerchiamo di essere veramente presenti a quello che facciamo attraverso l'attenzione al respiro. Quindi lasciamo andare i nostri pensieri, le preoccupazioni, i ricordi, manteniamo l'attenzione qui ed ora. Il nostro respiro è l'energia vitale che ci permette non solo di continuare a vivere, ma anche di mantenere l'attenzione al qui ed ora. Pensiamo a tutto l'amore che abbiamo nel nostro cuore, ma non parliamo di cuore fisico come un organo che pulsa e ha la funzione di una pompa, ma quella del nostro cuore come mente, come capacità, come coscienza mentale. Questa energia che possediamo è in grado di sviluppare grandi potenzialità. L'amore che vive dentro di noi è bene darlo, svilupparlo e donarlo. Che ce ne facciamo di tutto questo amore? La cosa più bella che possiamo fare è quella di donare questo amore, ma non a parole. È proprio questa intenzione di agire affinché tutti gli esseri possano essere felici, abbandonando il nostro senso dell'io, dell'ego, questo egoismo che sta rovinando la vita di molte persone, è la causa di tutta la sofferenza del mondo. Adesso dedichiamo questo tempo in cui potremo riflettere e meditare su questa energia vitale. Pensiamo come sarebbe bello se tutti gli esseri senzienti potessero essere felici e avessero le cause della felicità, se fossero liberi dalla sofferenza e le cause della sofferenza. Come sarebbe bello se noi potessimo essere in grado di liberare tutti gli esseri dalla sofferenza e donare la felicità. Possiamo comunque per il momento generare equanimità, fare in modo che non sia vicini ad alcuni e lontani da altri. Sviluppiamo questi 4 pensieri incommensurabili. Parliamo di amore, compassione, di generosità e di equivalenza, equanimità. Questi 4 pensieri sono incommensurabili proprio perché non hanno un confine, sono talmente enormi, grandi, che non possono avere un limite. Ecco perché incommensurabili. Ripetiamo questi 4 punti che sono importanti. Sviluppare questi 4 pensieri di amore, compassione, gioia che diventa generosità e di equanimità verso tutti gli esseri senzienti. Facciamo un bel respiro profondo, diamo segnale al nostro corpo che la nostra meditazione è terminata e pensiamo di dedicare tutto quello che abbiamo praticato, che abbiamo osservato, su cui abbiamo riflettuto nella nostra meditazione a tutti gli esseri senzienti, che possono tutti gli esseri senzienti avere la felicità e le sue cause. Possono tutti gli esseri senzienti essere liberi dalla sofferenza e dalle sue case, che possono tutti gli esseri senzienti essere inseparabili dalla felicità priva di dolore, e che possono tutti gli esseri senzienti dimorare nell'equanimità, separandosi dall'attaccamento e dall'odio, dall'essere vicino ad alcuni e distanti da altri. Quindi andiamo a concludere le nostre sessioni con quelle che sono le dediche per la cessazione delle armi e di tutto il resto, e poi passeremo alle dediche finali. Andiamo quindi a leggere la preghiera su quello che sono il pericolo del pacificare il pericolo delle armi. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, compassionevole, sublime, trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva Ira, perfettamente Buddha e così via, il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione, quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo di litigi nel prosperare nelle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti e lotte causano dell'esplosione della grande oceano di karma negativa e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza e la vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete la benedizione affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità di buon auspicio. Sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella loro abitudine e condurre tutti gli altri a questa terra pura. Per favore, fa che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù. Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti, affinché tutto l'ambiente sia buon auspicio per gli abitanti. Che la realtà ultima, che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto, sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione dei guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei rari e sublimi, possono queste pure preghiere essere realizzate. Adesso facciamo la preghiera per le carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e alta illuminazione, per liberare veramente tutti gli esseri viventi, tu, il compassionevole, vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. L'assemblea di condottieri Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Pyataka Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakini, guardiani del Dharma delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza Yaksha, signori dei tesori, insieme al loro seguito. Possa, per amore, tutti gli esseri viventi di questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di un protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalla sofferenza, della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri attraenti necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via nella terra delle nevi, in questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 elementi, vento importuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazione e così via. Per favore, far crescere i cereali delle colture e dei raccolti che siano copiosi, che maturino e aumentino come durante l'era del completamento, per il potere delle fatte intense preghiere, con le profonde suppliche e con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa il leone della malattia, dei combattimenti e della carestia essere pacificato e possano possedere una lunga vita felice, libera dalle malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi, dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso diffondersi e aumentare, e che possano tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Bene, adesso andiamo a fare le dediche di tutto quello che abbiamo fatto fino adesso. Affinché tutto quello che di cui abbiamo pregato, che abbiamo detto, sia veramente realizzato e che tutto non si perda mai più. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente di chi è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un attimo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto dell'origine dipendente sono. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna. Con questi due sono mutabili e complementari e non sono contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separati da guru perfette, possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per favore, per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo noi non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammarato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losangtrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato il yoga dei due stati, le supreme beatitudini virtuose. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere delle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le virtù maturare su di loro, fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema eliminazione, possa diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, possa come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensarmi, ricordandomi e anche toccandomi e parlando con me, possano tutte le sofferenze di questi esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli, buoni e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di resistere alla loro parte, possa io che sono completamente vuoto di resistere alla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di resistere alla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di resistere alla loro parte. Lo stato che è completamente vuoto di resistere alla sua parte e solo io, che sono completamente vuoto di resistere alla mia parte. Come l'eroe Mengiusci e Samantha Bada hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, allo stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù, con la dedica considerata come la suprema di tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei tre tempi per avere la condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa, prosperi, possano tutti i segni diventare ostacoli, essere pacificati e tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi, da me stesso e degli altri, possono gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Losangtrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Facciamo la preghiera di lunga vita per sua santità, gioiello che esaudisce i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile. Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possa i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. E adesso facciamo in tibetano la preghiera di sua santità Dalai Lama e quella dedicata a Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Garira koe chinkandera pedandewa malu juene chere siwanten singetsoi shape site bartu tengyuchi Dutsun jashin janggonge weten sinkyo pewe kunsun dumpoce choso koe le mundun drumpa daso tunje gondu shante sho. Grazie a tutti, vi auguro una buona giornata e di avere sempre le condizioni favorevoli per essere felici. e ci vedremo al primo dell'anno. Adesso darò la mia.
Grazie, buon Natale, Tashidele.
Ciao Tashidele.
Grazie.
Ciao.
Grazie, buon Natale. Grazie.
Buon Natale. Ciao.
Buon Natale a tutti.
Ciao Parona.
How are you?
Feliz Navidad.
Feliz Navidad. Eva, ¿estás bien? Are you well?
Bene, bene, tutto bene, Paloma, tutto bene. Sono qui in mezzo alla collina vicino a Siena.
Wow, mamma
Near to
mia.
Siena. Very nice.
How nice. Very nice.
Thank
Okay,
you,
dear. Take care. Take care very much. Okay? Bye bye.
See you. Bye
Ciao.
bye.
See you. Bueno, pues a ver, ok, ya estamos. Bueno, pues un saludo a todos, especialmente ahora a la Sangha que nos unimos. Venerable Juan, creo que, no sé, Drolma me parece que está por ahí. Hoy no se pueden juntar ni por la mañana ni Venerable Fabio ni Begoña, pero por la tarde recordamos que a las 9 tendremos de nuevo otra sesión. En esta ocasión será llevada por Venerable Begoña. Y bueno, pues un saludo a todos, especialmente Chenrezig Institute. Thank you very much for your continuous help, always helping us to accumulate virtue. Muchísimas gracias al Instituto Chenrezig, a todos los voluntarios que colaboran, porque es gracias a su esfuerzo que daros cuenta que algunos tienen que estar levantados por la noche a las 2, a las 3 para poder tener estas condiciones y podamos entre todos pues eso, acumular virtud, ¿ok? Entonces, y también Venerable Dancho, que el monje que es el que coordina todo esto, que bueno, que hace muchísimas sesiones a las 3 de la mañana, a las 2, a cualquier hora. Y bueno, pues feliz Navidad, niños. Espero que haya ido bien la Nochebuena. Algunos de vosotros tendréis también hoy la Navidad con los miembros de la familia. Entonces, bueno, pues es un buen momento para recordar que no se nos olviden, ¿no? La importancia del amor, la compasión, el propósito de nuestras vidas, que como dice la Lama Zopa Rinpoche, el propósito de nuestras vidas es beneficiar a los seres. Estamos aquí para servirlos, para ayudarlos. Gracias a ellos hemos obtenido este renacimiento humano y gracias a ellos lograremos la liberación y la iluminación. Entonces, estamos en deuda, son nuestras madres y tenemos que aprovechar estas circunstancias para acercarnos a la iluminación y acercarnos a poder ayudarles mejor, ¿ok? Bueno, pues si os parece, unos momentitos en silencio y arrancamos, ¿vale? ¿Hay algunas palabras que quisieras tú, Venerable Juan, decir como inspiración para el arranque? Yes. Ahora todo.
Pues nada, comparto lo que has dicho y que dure esta inspiración de paz y compasión y amor hacia todos los seres.
Fantástico. Vale, pues estamos unos momentitos en silencio. Voy a preparar la práctica. Aquí la tengo. Okay. Quítate el micrófono ya, Juan, que si no se oye mucho. Por ahí, don't worry. Está bien. Pero la imagen se te puede ver, ¿eh? Ahora. Ok. Asegurémonos de que nuestro corazón está abierto a los seres, abierto a su deseo de felicidad, abierto a su experiencia de sufrimiento. Estos últimos años, especialmente en este reino humano, pues tenemos esa oportunidad de palpar más de cerca el sufrimiento, ya sea en primera persona o viendo a los demás, que hay tantos y tantos cuyas vidas se ha manifestado muy intensamente el sufrimiento, el obvio, porque el del cambio y el sufrimiento sutil de los agregados y contaminados está siempre presente. Pero es que sobre ello, encima, la enfermedad, la muerte, quedarse sin nada debido a las catástrofes, al desequilibrio de los elementos o debido a las consecuencias de esta pandemia. Pensemos también en todos los que dejan sus países, sus lugares, buscando un mundo mejor, totalmente incierto, y emprenden esos largos y aterradores viajes hacia lo que esperan que sea una vida mejor, y quién sabe. El drama de los inmigrantes. Pues no es que tengamos que quedarnos de brazos cruzados. Nuestras oraciones tienen poder. Nuestro deseo de ayudar a los demás tiene poder. Y tenemos las herramientas. Conocemos el Dharma, conocemos los maestros, conocemos a los Budas. No hay opción. Tenemos que transformar nuestras mentes, soltar, aligerar el karma negativo, erradicar los engaños, cultivar la virtud y estar cada vez en mejores aptitudes, mejores condiciones para poder ayudar a los seres. Tenemos la guía de Chenrezig, nuestros maestros manifestándose como el Buda de la compasión, para poder erradicar los enemigos principales de la actitud egocéntrica y el aferramiento al yo. Siente que a tu derecha está tu padre y hermanos o varones de tu familia, ya sea que estén en este mundo o en otros reinos de existencia. Y a la izquierda tu madre y mujeres de tu familia. Por detrás aquellas personas con las que tienes buena relación y delante aquellas con las que kármicamente has tenido dificultades o las tienes en el presente. Recordemos que todos han sido nuestras madres, todos nos han beneficiado por igual. Incluso las personas con las que tenemos dificultades todavía nos benefician más al brindarnos la oportunidad de desarrollar la paciencia, una compasión ecuánime. Sin ellos no podríamos lograr la iluminación. Y seguimos teniendo conciencia de que estamos rodeados de todos y cada uno de los seres, tanto de este mundo como de los diferentes reinos, y hacemos esta práctica para poder ayudarles. Que nuestro corazón se mantenga todo el rato abierto, con cada oración, con cada mantra. Entonces, solicitamos las bendiciones del Buda, Dharma y Sangha de Chenrezig, que visualizamos en el espacio enfrente de nosotros. Ese rostro bondadoso, compasivo, amoroso, que es como el de de tu maestro cuando te sonríe con esa bondad que totalmente te acepta, que sabe tu potencial, que confía plenamente en ti y que nunca nos va a abandonar. Tomamos refugio. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora y hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos. Buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos. Buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Al recitar el mantra, sintamos esa energía de compasión, de bondad, que es el Dalai Lama, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que es el Lamsam, los diferentes maestros, la compasión del Buda, especialmente de Guru Chenrezig. Y esa compasión se manifiesta como potente energía luminosa que irradia en todas las direcciones, llega a todos los seres, piensa en los que están especialmente afligidos por las diferentes circunstancias, ya sea en este reino de existencia o en otros, llega también a nosotros y al impregnarnos, descender sobre nosotros, se disipa totalmente la negatividad, los oscurecimientos, el apego, la envidia, la aversión, el egocentrismo, la ignorancia y vamos impregnándonos de todas esas cualidades de Guru Chenrezig, nosotros y todos los seres. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Seguimos recitando el mantra, asegurándonos de tener como muy presente a Guru Chenrezig y esa luz de la compasión que irradia hacia todos los seres y mantienes esa presencia, ese recordatorio de los seres que están especialmente sufriendo ahora muy intensamente las diferentes circunstancias en este mundo u otros reinos de existencia. Y limpia totalmente el karma negativo, las causas de sufrimiento, los engaños, etc. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Piensa que todo tu ser, y tú y todos los seres hemos quedado totalmente impregnados de la energía compasiva, luminosa, de la sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig, que ha limpiado esa energía, nuestras ignorancia y aferramiento al yo y la actitud egocéntrica. Y hacemos la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo, que puedan las condiciones ser favorables para los seres. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, lograr una larga vida y una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Segunda repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Tercera y última repetición. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y las condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo, y puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Y puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, privando el cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente, y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar, por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, por el poder de las dakinis, guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Hacemos la súplica a Guru Chenrezig. Oh Aria de ojos compasivos, tesoro de compasión, por favor, préstame atención. Te ruego que me guíes a mí y a todos los padres y madres de los 6 reinos para ser rápidamente liberados del gran océano del samsara. Te suplico que pueda crecer la mente del despertar inigualable, vasta y profunda. Con las lágrimas de tu gran compasión, te ruego que limpies todos mis engaños y karmas. Por favor, condúcenos con tus manos compasivas a mí y a los errantes a los campos de gozo. Por favor, Amitabha y Chenrezig, sed nuestros amigos virtuosos en todas nuestras vidas. Mostradnos bien el camino puro e inequívoco y llevadnos rápidamente al estado de Buda. Piensa que Guru Chenrezig acepta complacido nuestra súplica e irradia infinitas manifestaciones, como una lluvia potente o una nevada, infinitos copos, pues así infinitos rayos de luz e infinitas réplicas en los extremos de esos rayos de luz que llegan a cada uno de los seres y a tu coronilla, bendiciendo nuestra mente. Se absorbe en nosotros y te queda tu mente totalmente colmada de sabiduría, compasión, gozo, al haber eliminado los engaños, la ignorancia, el aferramiento al yo y la actitud egocéntrica. Tu mente queda inundada del gozo, de la compasión y sabiduría de Guru Chenrezig. Y esa es nuestra verdadera naturaleza que tenemos que proteger, manifestar, cultivar, cuidar. Y hacemos las dedicaciones. Venerable Drolma, buenos días. Veo que hace fresquito por ahí por las montañas.
Vale. Que a través de estos méritos pueda toda la terrible enfermedad de los engaños en las mentes de todos los seres ser sanada, y que al caer todos estos engaños pueda incrementarse toda la sabiduría que nos ayuda a comprender la realidad y a que se manifieste nuestra naturaleza pura y que nos impulsa a beneficiar y no a dañar a ningún ser, que pueda toda la ética y todas las condiciones para que este mundo se enderece un poquito o mucho, puedan surgir, pueda terminar todas las series de problemas que nos afligen y podamos incrementar nuestro amor y compasión.
Millones de gracias. Venerable Gelon Yurba.
Pues para que todos los seres, para que todas las personas oigan, entiendan, pongan en práctica, se alegren de los consejos y enseñanzas de maestros como su santidad, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, cuyos consejos y enseñanzas están libres de toda discriminación que surge de la ignorancia y están llenos también de energía de compasión. Así se eliminarán muchas causas de sufrimiento, obstáculos para la práctica y se generarán causas para la iluminación.
Millones de gracias. Entonces, que tanto nosotros, nuestros familiares, que todos los seres en todas nuestras vidas, volvamos a encontrar el Dharma Mahayana, maestros plenamente cualificados, nunca nos separemos de ellos y recibiendo el Dharma Mahayana, poniéndolo en práctica con pureza y diligencia, logremos rápidamente la iluminación. Dedicamos por sus sagrados deseos para que se puedan llevar a cabo sus proyectos libres de obstáculos, sean del máximo beneficio para los seres, que podamos volver a reunirnos presencialmente con ellos, recibir el sagrado néctar del Dharma, también para que tanto los centros de la FPMT, los centros de meditación y todas las instituciones que ayudan a los demás, que podamos tener siempre condiciones favorables a nivel espiritual, humano y material para seguir ayudando a los seres, especialmente por la preciosísima mente de la bodhicitta, que la que no haya nacido pueda nacer y crecer y la que ya ha nacido pueda incrementarse más y más sin nunca degenerar, que podamos seguir la senda de los seres iluminados, lograr la budidad para el beneficio de los seres y por la larga vida de nuestros maestros, sin los cuales, mamá mía, estaríamos perdidos. En la tierra, rodeada de montañas nevadas, eres la fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad. Poderoso Chenrezig Institute, que llevas una vida larga hasta que finalice el samsara. Tú que mantienes el camino moral del suyugador, que sirves como el generoso que lo soporta todo, sosteniendo, preservando y extendiendo la misteriosa doctrina de Manjunat, que llevas a cabo oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Salvador mío, los demás tus discípulos, te lo ruego, ten una vida larga. Y recordar, niños, que a las 9 tenemos de nuevo práctica, que esta vez la llevará Venerable Begoña. Bueno, y que tengáis una buena comida de Navidad, ya sea que estéis con la familia o que estéis con los budas, gestionando. Y que vaya muy, muy bien a todos, ¿vale? Venga, muchísimas gracias, ¿ok? Y hola, Cristiana. Gracias, nos vemos esta tarde. Hola, Cristiana, ¿cómo va?
Hola. Bene, 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 bene. Everything is okay.
Fantastic.
I'm happy for you. You look okay also.
Sí, sí.
And happy Christmas, whatever. Thank you. Okay.
Have a nice session. Bye, bye.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Hasta luego,
Okay.
Ciao, bye. Bye.
Ciao. Ok, cominciamo la sessione in italiano. E innanzitutto chiariamoci le idee. Ok? La sessione e le sessioni che abbiamo fatto in passato, questa, altre sessioni di meditazione, altre pratiche spirituali, sono sempre la cosa migliore che esista. Adesso c'è una celebrazione importante di un bodhisattva che ha come minimo spazzato via le crudeltà insite nel vecchio tipo di religione da cui proveniva, cioè in cui è nato, diciamo così, l'ambiente in cui è nato, come minimo ha fatto quello. Poi ha fatto tantissime altre cose, ha cercato di introdurre la via del bodhisattva in Occidente. Diceva il mio Lama Geshe Champa Gyatso, ci ha provato, come dire, non l'hanno mica raccolta un granché, ma non è questo il punto. Quindi dicevamo è un'altra celebrazione importante, quella della sua nascita, altrettanto importante di tutte le celebrazioni che abbiamo fatto, è la più importante di tutte in assoluto, è la celebrazione del momento presente in cui offriamo la nostra vita, le nostre percezioni, le nostre capacità, le nostre attività alla pratica spirituale, ok? È quella la cosa più importante di tutte. Quindi ne viene un corollario. Non c'è nessuna celebrazione che possa essere esagerata rispetto alle altre. In particolare, se esageriamo qualche celebrazione con diciamo così, andando sopra le righe rispetto all'affetto, andando sopra le righe rispetto al godimento materiale, perché poi sappiamo perfettamente che il Natale è soprattutto questo, una celebrazione, un Natale socialmente è soprattutto questo, una celebrazione dei beni materiali, mangiare, regali, insomma una celebrazione dell'avidità. L'avidità non è che vuole, cioè non è che è ricercata per cattiveria, è ricercata perché a volte, perché in genere non si sa come altro enfatizzare l'importanza della realtà della pratica spirituale. Non si sa come altro, lo fanno anche in Tibet, i tibetani sono speciali. L'ho persino sognato stanotte, ho sognato una festa tibetana piena di carne, piena di fritti. Cioè, lo facciamo tutti, lo faccio anch'io, quando non abbiamo indicazioni limpide, pure, quando non abbiamo indicazioni pure su come celebrare la pratica spirituale. Allora la buttiamo sul materiale, sul cenone, su questo, su quell'altro. Allora, questo dobbiamo sapere che non ci interessa ora. Non tocca a me parlare dell'importanza della vita di un bodhisattva tra gli altri, ok? E non tocca a voi in questa sessione con me sperare che ci sia un qualcosa di particolare nella sessione di oggi solo perché è Natale. Ogni istante è Natale, ok? Lo sappiamo bene. I praticanti cristiani più seri ne hanno fatto un cavallo di battaglia di questa realtà, che ogni istante è Natale, ogni istante è rinascita. Basta, ok? Ora facciamo la nostra pratica normalmente. Dunque, sappiamo che in genere facciamo la pratica, abbiamo cominciato a fare questa pratica spinti dalla emergenza della pandemia e giustamente nella pratica poi estendiamo sempre la nostra motivazione per il beneficio di tutti gli esseri senzienti, per la guarigione di tutti i tipi di malattie fisiche e disagi mentali, per l'approfondimento della nostra capacità di ottenere la beatitudine priva di dolore per tutti. Questo è il motivo per cui facciamo questa pratica. Per questo la cosa principale che si fa all'inizio è di prendere rifugio sia in coloro che hanno già ottenuto tutti questi scopi, cioè la beatitudine priva di dolore, la capacità di aiutare gli altri a liberarsi, eccetera, sia per questo motivo, sia per celebrare soprattutto, ecco qui avevo giurato che non lo facevo, ma il riferimento a Gesù è perfetto. Soprattutto per celebrare la nostra potenzialità di ottenere lo stesso stato. Sappiamo che Gesù si proclama figlio di Dio, no? Dice sono figlio dell'uomo, quindi sono figlio di Dio. Ok, è un paradosso teologico studiato in altri contesti, io non sono, cioè le ho studiate 50 anni fa queste cose, le ho studiate con molta attenzione, però poi non l'ho più riprese, non mi ricordo più, potrei dire delle enormità. In ogni caso, il rifugio che prendiamo fondamentale è nella potenzialità della mente di tutti gli esseri senzienti, comprese le formichine, compresi gli spiriti, compresi gli esseri infernali, tutti avendo una mente senziente abbiamo una natura della mente incorrotta, chiara, conoscitrice e priva di esistenza intrinseca. Questa natura è incorrotta e da questo essere pura, incorrotta, si sviluppano le qualità che portano fino al risveglio completo. Questo è il rifugio fondamentale, per questo prendiamo rifugio anche negli esseri illuminati, nei bodhisattva, nei Buddha, in tutti coloro che hanno raggiunto lo stato di disillusione, ok? Lo stato di disillusione dall'apparenza delle realtà di sofferenza. Prendiamo rifugio in loro perché anche loro hanno ottenuto questo stato a partire dalla natura della loro mente, che è la stessa identica nostra. Quindi prendere rifugio nella natura fondamentale della nostra mente, prendere rifugio nell'attività di successo di questi bodhisattva è la stessa cosa. Scusate. Bene, ora possiamo cominciare. Cominciamo prima la preghiera in cui c'è la presa di rifugio sfaccettata e articolata in tanti bellissimi modi. Ecco, ora dovreste averla nello schermo. Perché non si chiude qui la eccolo qui, bravo. Dunque, noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti, uguali allo spazio, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti uguali allo spazio prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'Assemblea dei Maestri. L'Assemblea dei Maestri in cui sicuramente, cioè al 110% è presente anche Gesù di Nazareth, Gesù Cristo, come lo vogliamo chiamare, la figura storica del Bodhisattva Gesù. L'assemblea dei guru è più di un Buddha, è più di un maestro ed è persino più di tutta l'assemblea dei Buddha, che sono infiniti. Perché? Perché l'assemblea dei maestri è tangibile per noi. I nostri maestri sono qualcosa che vediamo nella nostra realtà quotidiana, li possiamo toccare, sono esseri umani come noi e quindi la loro assemblea è ciò che di più prezioso possa esistere per guidarci verso il risveglio. Ancora di più, sebbene questo ci sembri paradossale, ma ci sono tanti aneddoti su questo fatto, che è molto più importante prostrarsi al maestro, cioè portare rispetto solenne al maestro piuttosto che portare rispetto solenne ai Buddha. Anche se è importante, sono importanti tutti e due. Ci sono vari aneddoti su questo nella letteratura buddista di scuola tibetana. Quindi dicevamo, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei maestri. L'assemblea dei maestri significa che siamo protetti perfino ora, in questa epoca degenerata. Sta solo a noi riconoscerlo. Prendiamo rifugio nelle divinità meditative. Faremo ora un approfondimento del rifugio tra pochissimo, nelle divinità meditative. E prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea delle dakini. Le dakini sono coloro che ci portano imprevedibilmente lampi di illuminazione, lampi di chiarezza, lampi di aiuto dove l'aiuto sembrava impossibile. Una delle dakini più famose è Tara, poi infatti faremo anche una pratica in cui prendiamo rifugio in Tara, non solo come divinità meditativa, ma come dakini, come colei che ci apre un sentiero di illuminazione che prima non conoscevamo. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya, di questo ne abbiamo parlato all'inizio. Questo è il rifugio che fa da base a tutte le altre forme di presa di rifugio. Ripetiamo altre 2 volte. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota delle nostre menti, il Dharmakaya. Ora iniziamo con l'approfondire uno degli aspetti di questo bellissimo rifugio che abbiamo appena letto, rifugio nella divinità meditativa. Come sappiamo già, ma lo ripeto, la divinità meditativa è la rappresentazione dell'aspetto illuminato di tutti gli esseri risvegliati in una forma specifica. Per esempio, l'aspetto della compassione. Ora infatti faremo questa pratica di connessione con l'aspetto illuminato della compassione di tutti i Buddha. Poi ci può essere l'aspetto illuminato della saggezza, che è Manjusri, poi l'aspetto illuminato del potere, eccetera, eccetera. Ora pensiamo che la compassione vittoriosa, efficace, potente di tutti gli esseri risvegliati si manifesta davanti a noi in una forma di tipo umano, non è un uomo, non è una donna, non è una forma umana, non è una forma ordinaria. La rappresentiamo per poterla visualizzare, perché non abbiamo i meriti per diciamo così, una rappresentazione meno grossolana. Dobbiamo pensare a una forma di tipo umano, dobbiamo pensare alle braccia, alle gambe, se no noi esseri ordinari non sappiamo cosa pensare. Allora, questa forma di tipo umano, un volto, 2 braccia, 2 gambe in posizione del Vajra, cioè incrociate, è sospesa nello spazio a 2 metri da noi, e all'altezza della nostra fronte. Il suo corpo è bianco, luminosissimo, e da ogni poro del suo corpo si emanano raggi di luce per benedire tutti gli esseri, e ci guarda con immenso amore e con immenso piacere, perché il motivo per cui esiste un Buddha della compassione, Avalokitesvara, è esattamente quello di portarci fuori dalla sofferenza, è quello che vuole, il suo desiderio è quello. Quindi se noi ci connettiamo con lui che è capace di portarci fuori dalla sofferenza, cioè se accettiamo questo suo aiuto, lui ne è immensamente felice. In ogni caso dobbiamo pensare che non ci siamo solo noi che facciamo la pratica, come abbiamo letto all'inizio, noi e tutti gli esseri senzienti. Perché tutti gli esseri senzienti fanno davvero questa pratica di connessione con il Buddha della compassione vittoriosa, della compassione che ha successo? Perché tutti desiderano liberarsi dalla sofferenza e cercano chi li possa tirar fuori dalla sofferenza. Ora lasciamo perdere, è vero, ci sono tanti giri nevrotici, spirali nevrotiche in noi umani soprattutto, ma io l'ho visto anche negli animali, in cui sembra che gli esseri, diciamo così, non vogliano liberarsi dalla sofferenza e quindi non vogliano prendere rifugio. Ma questo deriva dal fatto che si sono disperati troppo di riuscire a trovare il sentiero per liberarsi dalla sofferenza. Se piano piano la dolce e abile benedizione degli esseri illuminati nella forma del Buddha della compassione li fa aprire alla fiducia, ok? Quindi anche loro cercano rifugio nel Buddha della compassione, che ne è molto felice. Ora dicevamo, da tutti i pori del suo corpo si emanano raggi di luce che entrano nei nostri corpi, di noi tutti infiniti esseri, e ci purificano dai difetti mentali e dal karma negativo ancora non maturato, che maturerebbe in questa vita futura, in questa vita nel futuro o nelle vite future. Ci purificano da tutto ciò e danno al nostro continuum mentale la capacità di percorrere il sentiero senza ostacoli, in modo da ottenere rapidamente noi stessi lo stato di liberazione dalla sofferenza e del risveglio. Quindi visualizziamo in questo modo, e per confermare, per sigillare la nostra connessione con questa forma compassionevole di tutti i Buddha, oltre a visualizzare recitiamo il suo mantra, il mantra di Buddha Avalokitesvara, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.